from that time till now. And then, of course, we have in our from our junior elders section, we have the Honorable Priest Sevens, our very vibrant junior elder. And there's also the Honorable Priest Rasavana, who is our administrator for this program. We have also with I and I, Honorable Empress Mariam, our Queen Mother, and very vibrant mother in the Women's Freedom Liberation League. And of course, our own Royal Tech, Honorable Empress Trisha, one of our very vibrant female junior elders. So I present to you there the panel for this evening's program. Bless them.
Empress Trisha, Empress Trisha, you have
my
mic yet? Is your mic up and running yet?
Yes, honorable family, do give thanks, for the item taking the time to, forward on the platform to really expand and, bring to the public attention and awareness what, the Council of Elders is really all about. So, I glorify that the item, take the time and, make it possible on this day.
Yes. So, of course, you're asking, that we are here to talk about the Council of Elders and what to give an overview of what the Council of Elders is and its tenets. Of course, the Council of Elders is that group or those members of the E.A.B.I.C that have been treading the tradition for more than 4 decades, 3 or 4 decades. And these are those brethren that have been there with the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards and are full conversant and knowledgeable of the principles, the tenets, and the foundational aims and objectives of the E.A.B.I.C. And so these brethren have seen the necessity in the absence of a certain constitutional governance. The elders have seen it incumbent upon them to see themselves as a moral voice, as the moral, ethical voice of the Congress, and as the tradition of Africa. And we are those that have echoed so strongly that I and I are Africans, and we are not giving away a continent for an island. And so we need to be quite aware of Africa and acceptant of African tradition. And we see that the elders are foundational people within the African tradition. And I have taken that ensample and decide that we are going to seat ourselves as who we are to bring the kind of order and constitutional protocols that the Congress needs right now to move forward. We are certainly not a group, or we are not aiming to be the parliament, or we are not aiming to be the committee. We are seated as who we are, the oversight, moral, ethical voice of the E.A.B.I.C. That's who we see ourselves as. Blessed love. I look to any one of the worthy panelists who think they may have something to complement what I have said in regards to the Council of Elders.
Okay. Anyone wanted to interject on that or to respond?
Majesty bless, my Lord. We do give thanks for this moment where we can enlighten each and everyone to exactly what we stand for and everything. In any African community, the elders, the Council of Elders is always prevalent. So such tradition is wherein that we decided to come together and address some of the issues morally and ethically that is facing our Congress right now. And as towards eldership, time plus consistency equals elder. So we do give thanks. It wouldn't be too long-winded, but we do give thanks for the opportunity, because a false perception is a one reality until they get the right information. And with proper information, we can make conscious decisions. Blessed love, my Lord and Majesty.
Rastafari. All right. So the first question I want to pose to the council. What is the mission of the Council of Elders?
The mission of the Council of Elders. Of course, we know that the real aim is freedom, redemption, and international repatriation. That is our mission, because that's the mission of the E.A.B.I.C. And so the council's mission is to put in place all the necessary engines that are needed to make the Congress move forward. Its aim is, as we said, to be the moral voice, and one of its basic aim is to see that the constitutional function of the Congress is observed and carried out. And it is focusing right now on the ability of the present constitution to move the Congress forward in its present state. So the aim of the council is really just to move the Congress forward in a transparent way, in a credible and accountable way that is effective and is relevant to the present situations that we face.
Rastafari.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, please, go on.
You know, some of the times, because it's a panel, and some of the times I really would love some of the other panelists to sort of, you know, compliment or to correct some of what I say, because we are here to throw light on the situation and to come up with facts through logical reasoning. You know, we hope that we can elicit some facts where we can be enlightened and have some kind of a mindset of moving forward with understanding and oneness. So I look for the other response.
I pray, my Lord, may I interject? The Council of Elders come as an adhesive where to unite us all, because a house divided amongst itself can never stand. So one of our key components, our key mission, is to unite us all, you know, on one common page and one meditation. So that is much of our mission, my Lord, is to unite and strengthen, because unity is the only accepted goal. Not to take over, not to replace, but to unite, my Lord.
Honorable. Yes, my Lord, Honorable Priest Rasavana here. And just to complement what has been said already, the Council of Elders is here because there is no clear approach in it being able to seat a constitutional administration without a process. So the council is here to help facilitate that process making sure that it is all inclusive of all members, it is transparent and accountable to the membership body. And as said earlier, the key to achieving this is to fostering the unity among all branches, all groups within the Congress. Yes, my lord.
Yes, honorable host, as I just.
Yes, honorable priest. Does any other priest wanna expound on that? No? All right. So sorry, go on.
No, I was asking the same question. And any other priest free to open their mics, you know. So
Yes,
you can
yes, Royal Mother, Royal House, give thanks, Royal Chair, give thanks, Royal Prophet David. Yes,
Honorable.
the health care is a very important. Yeah, and I, the council of elders, we take care of the elder, to fulfill the anthem, the AIDS protected, and the infants care for it. And right now, the council of elders is doing something unprecedented because when our brethren transcend, we try to put them away. Royal, Yes, my lord, that's a few right.
Majesty. Rastafari.
So in other words, as I just as the priest is saying, our aim is really to the total development. It's not just service and it's the humanitarian aspect of it that and the two in fact it's one of the main things that has brought the country together to really decide that has to be because such a situation has faced us and has forced us to bring ourselves together to make what we call a dignified and ethical decision concerning even our elders in the way they, have been, going, are living and when our elders have transitioned, we see a lot in the way these things are dealt with, and the council has no practice to address these in an ethical and morally dignified way.
Rastafari. One mic need to mute. I think Honorable Priest Earl is watching YouTube at the same time and the Zoom at the same time. You can't do that, Honorable Priest. We're going to hear back myself on the thing here. See? So please lift up off of one of them platform there. So we can hear back myself. Or mute your mic. Rastafari. I'm still hearing about myself. Which is not good.
mute all mics except for the speaker, please.
Can the host mute Honorable Priest Harold, please? Yes, I give thanks. Beautiful. So, all right. Is the Council of Elders is the new administration of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress?
I don't mind if I jump in right there, as Honorable Priest Lamont had said earlier, and maybe through the feedback and the echoing, ones did not hear clearly. The Council of Elders is not the administration. It's not the parliament nor the committee. It is more of an ethics committee, more of an oversight committee that is here to make sure that the morality and the ethical function of the Congress is maintained. One of the mission of the council is to help to identify a clear, transparent, and accountable process that is all inclusive of all members, in which we can now, after we do what is needed, seat a parliament and seat a committee. As the reasoning continue, we will get into how that needs to be done and what needs to be done to make that possible. Give thanks.
Good. Thank you very much. And I would like to add to that. Why has the council come to see that it's the moral voice? It's the moral ethical voice. It's the group of brethren that do not require any authentication. It's the group of brethren that have attained unto such position as elders by virtue of their time and their seriousness. So it does not require anyone to tell you that you're an elder. It requires for all elder, regardless of where they may lie their allegiance as a group in the E.A.B.I.C. Once you have attained that status of an elder, it is your rights to sit with the elders, to voice your opinion. If someone thinks that he or she has the right to do whatever they are doing for the family, then it is incumbent on that person or those individuals to sit with the elders, because there is no other real credible group that is seated within the E.A.B.I.C right now that could say they have the authority or the rights to sit and to morally put the Congress on its pathway. And so the elders have decided to act upon their rights, their attainment, and their loyalty to the tradition. Because if they don't do it, how is it going to be done? And that is my question as I leave the floor.
Rastafari. So is the council the immediate? Why am I hear about myself there? And I repeat, Cheryl, I unmute yourself again there. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. So what is the council immediate aim and objectives?
Right. Honorable, I just start. One of the immediate aim of the right now is to get across.
Hold on the honorable priest. Hold on the honorable priest. This can't work like this. Cannot work like this.
Is it my mic? Is it my mic getting your feedback, my lord?
I'm not sure who it is, because I'm not the host on the Zoom. So if the host on the Zoom can monitor that, please, would I give her thanks? Yes, that sounds 100% better. Go on, honorable priest Lamont.
Yes, just bring me again to the topic we're talking about.
The immediate aim and objective of the council.
Very good. As I was saying, one of its immediate aim right now is to bring to the family the necessity, the urgency of looking into the Constitution to make it workable for the advancement of the E.A.B.I.C. And then our next main aim is to create a better situation for our elders. Because we see that having straightened out the Constitution, then right away, that is the key that shall open all the other avenues for us to move forward in a developmental way. So our main aim is to really bring that understanding, that unity where the Congress can come to a consensus that our Constitution needs to be revisited in order to make it more functional. I need to make some comment.
Majesty bless, my lord, and Empress.
Please re-unmute your mics, please. We're trying to find out where that feedback is.
Bless.
Yes, sir.
The item was hearing me?
No, you can start reading again because you had muted all mics.
Okay.
So we're getting that feedback.
All right, give thanks. Yes, my Lord and Majesty. One of our main goals is to unite all groups and present a platform wherein we can have a conversation. Because reasoning, man say we can reason ourselves to our right. So we present a platform that is expressively that you can be freedom of expression and freedom of opinions. Let us, I was saying what we say. What God tell me, He's not going to tell you. And what He tell you, He's not going to tell me. But I can tell you what Him tell me, and you can tell me what Him tell you. And we will hear Him talking loud and clear. So this is one of our main things, to present also a platform so we could have a proper conversation, a real conversation, and really be real to ourselves and what is facing us. You know, so as I say, a house divided cannot stand. So we want to have that unity. Even sometimes if we agree to disagree, but let us reason together, said the Lord. My Lord, Majesty.
All right. Any other panelists commenting on the information?
Through the chair, I pray, Priest Brown on board, my Lord. Give thanks.
All mics muted for me, please. All mics muted.
Through the chair.
Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Blessed
Platform
Lord,
is yours, my Lord.
Oh, give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks for this moment of reasoning, of bringing the angels of the Most High together, reason ourselves to our right. Give thanks to the program so far, you know, and all things that have been said of our right to uplift us. Yes, when we are ill, every month we have priest reasoning, prophet reasoning, empress reasoning, and that is the only way we can come to a oneness amongst ourselves. We give thanks to this Council of Elders platform wherein all ones are welcome, all voices are respected, but we're trying to teach the young ones what the Father has told us. Respect the God in each one, you know, and listen to the voice of truth. But the man say I'm going to leave, but I'm going to leave the spirit of truth with us to be a comforter. So this is the place where we come for the comfort of the spirit of truth that come out of all of us, each and every one, male and female, you know. Yeah, man, give thanks, my Lord. Blessed.
Yes, Honorable, give thanks, Honorable Priest Honorable host. I hope we have answered that question to your satisfaction.
Pastor Justar.
Blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks. Honorable, I just start, if you can unmute your mic. Moving forward with the program, I am Honorable Empress Tricia, your co-host, having a little technical issues. So give thanks. Nice to be on. Give thanks, Honorable Prophet. And how are you tonight?
Yeah, man. Give thanks, Honorable Empress. Good to hear the advice. Yeah,
Yes,
we've been
bless
waiting here a long time, you know.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks to the eye, you know?
Yes, I give thanks to the coming in. We couldn't, so we couldn't make the ship sail without the ice still. We just dock up and they are going all our vibes still, you know?
True.
Yeah,
Majesty.
we can sail off. We can sail off, you know, because we couldn't move without the Empress. The last year, I know.
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, and as we go into our next questions, I'd like to read just this official statement from the Council of Elders, and it says, "Greetings, royal family. All protocol observed. This is an official statement from the Council of Elders regarding the revision of the Constitution. It must be understood that by virtue of the original Constitution, all existing groups within the Congress are constitutional, except for the Woman Freedom Liberation League, which was officially established by King Emmanuel. There was never...
May I interject you there, please? I think there was a little fumbling at the part. Could you read again the part where we talk about all groups? Clearly say whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional right there. I did not hear clearly.
Yes, that all existing groups within the Congress are unconstitutional, except for the Woman Freedom Liberation League, which is officially established by King Emmanuel. And the priest will explain the word unconstitutional. There was never an official sitting of the 33-member parliament, the 14-member committee, or an official council of elders ratified as the administration of the E.A.B.I.C. The system was introduced and approved, but the method to be used was never perfected or implemented. Therefore, that leaves us without an approved method to select the required members for both branches of the E.A.B.I.C's administration. Without a group of capable, competent members taking on a task of finding a transparent and accountable process to create the administration, how can seating the administration be achieved? The Council of Elders, and I repeat, the Council of Elders have taken on the endeavor and have invited all members to participate. What would be accepted as a better process or method if there are oppositions to the Council's initiative? And that would... Someone trying to say something?
No, I think some feedback.
Okay, and that will be going, that letter can be...
Hold on a second. Please shut all mics, please. Mute all mics until you're ready to speak.
That letter would be explained by the panel, as well as going into the next question, which is, there has been prolonged discussion about revising the Constitution of the Congress, and if they can explain to the listeners the reasons for amending the Constitution. And I would leave that to the panel. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Honorable Priest Wasserman.
Yes. So we have used a couple words here that sometimes might cause confusion amongst the wider family. And we want to be very clear on everything. We are here to clarify, so those misnomers and rumors that sometimes tend to go around the grapevine, can be alleviated. Now, when we say unconstitutional, that doesn't mean that anything is wrong, not good, or out of whack. What we are saying is that the Constitution, as it is, does not provide for that process. Now, a constitution is a living document. It is created with a scope, a buildable scope, they call it, which means it is created in a way to add to it as you develop and grow to reflect that development and that growth. Any changes within your function and stuff like that would be included in the amendment of your constitution. Now, Emperor Haile Selassie I gave Ethiopia its first constitution in 1931.
One
And by
second,
nine,
Honorable Priest. If you can sit back, yes, if you can sit back so that the audience can see. If that's
yes, and by 1955, he amended it on his silver jubilee celebration. He amended it because he saw a need to infuse now the development that had taken place between 1931 and 1955. So it's the same way that we have to look at our constitution. It has been around now going 40 years. It needs to be amended to show our growth and development and whatever else that was not included in it, to make it a full document and a relevant document to the time period in which we find ourselves at this moment. So in amending the Constitution, we are not changing the foundation principles. And I must say one thing here. We must remember now, it is not a sacred document that was penned by our father and given to us to be treasured and put in our archives. He gave us a document of love. What do I mean by that? Just like the emperor did with the nation of Ethiopia, he took total power from his throne and shared with the people, where the people now had a choice or a say-so in their future development, having the power to elect or select people to represent them in different areas of government, which is the same process King Emmanuel did in the early 90s when he gave us the Constitution and he established the process that should have taken place from that time, which is the establishing of a 33-person parliament and a 14-person committee. Now, we all know that our father transitioned shortly thereafter, and the process was never ratified. So because of that, and all that has happened within the Congress, the Council of Elders, meaning the senior members of the E.A.B.I.C, came together, sat in council together, hence the name Council of Elders. We sat in council to reason among ourselves to see what would be the best approach to moving forward. In doing so, the one and main tool that we have to work with and work from is the Constitution. So we meticulously went through the Constitution, looking at every article, looking at its total scope to see what it encompassed, what rights it gave, and what do's and don'ts it established. And we found at that time that we could not move forward with the Constitution as is until it was revised. Now, again, I must establish the reality that revision does not mean total change. It means adding to where there was something lacking or clarifying where it needed to be clarified, maybe a little more expressive in details. That is what the council is proposing to the wider family. Give thanks.
give thanks, Honorable Priest. Honorable Priest Knuckles, would you like to come in on that?
Yes, Honorable Empress. And as the priest is saying, the process that we want to enact requires the input of all the members of the Congress that have the ability and understanding to do these things. We don't want it to be like a private slick group of people, but all the members who have been in this Congress, the word I would use is pre-constitution that have the basic set what the father was working with and what him intend projecting forward. That would have like everyone to come and take part in bringing forth the procedure and the way how we're going to select and fulfill his mandate. For the father mandated a 33-member parliament. Seeing the scope and development of the Congress internationally, he foresee that it would require, I mean, when I came to camp, it was 13-man committee or 14 with the father, 14. And it was just 1, 2, 3 branches of the Congress at that time. Now we have a worldwide body. So it requires a full 33-member parliament, including the Women's Freedom Liberation League, to fulfill that mandate. And that is why the question is asking who is the governance or something of the Congress. It hasn't been able to be fulfilled because the procedure is hindered with all the verbiage of the present constitution. The present constitution is wrapped around the presence of King Emmanuel being there to select the members and to do other aspects of it. So in his absence, we as the whole house and the body have to come to an understanding of how we're going to select this 33-member parliament seated, and then we can have a proper governance for the whole house internationally. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Priest. Question. So what are some of the things that, please all mics muted, what are some of the things that may be lacking or that the council may see that is lacking from the Constitution? You know, things that needs to be built upon to bring with the times that we're living in with the international, to include the international body.
Priest.
One of the main things that we have discovered when we, as the Honorable Priest Rasabana said, we have gone through the Constitution in a meticulous way, and we have found that when we compare it to other constitutions based on the standard and the criteria that are set for a constitution to be considered a constitution in totality, we see that our constitution is in need of some of the criteria. I think we have met about 8 in our constitution. So, and there needs to be at least 11 criteria that are required. And these are standard requirements. And so it is necessary now for I to bring our constitution up to that level of completion, where it covers everything. And one of the things that the Honorable Priest have said, and needs to be reiterated, is that where it says the 33-member parliament, it's not just as simple as having 33, because as the priest said, the 33 must be appointed by the King, by King Emmanuel himself. And so, with his not present in the physical, it requires then some change in order to make the process of electing parliamentarians possible. So there is where we are right now in our decision to amend the Constitution.
Rastafari. Let me ask there a question. The panel. Wouldn't it be the parliament with the authority to amend the Constitution and not the Council of Elders are a separate group within the Congress? Wouldn't that responsibility of amending such an important and intricate part of the Congress, wouldn't that be the Parliament responsibility?
Honorable, Honorable President, you have said very well. It would be
Afternoon, Sheree. How you doing?
the responsibility of the Parliament. But for the fact that Honorable Peace Rasavana has stated in the beginning that Dada had initiated the process by declaring that the Parliament is needed. However, it was never seated in its proper sense. So, with Dada being absent, the process cannot go on. There's no parliament that is constitutionally placed. So there's no constitutional parliament. So what we are trying to do now is through the moral integrity of the Council of Elders to bring the family together, to put a parliament in place. And after then, that parliament will continue to do whatever King Emmanuel wants it to do or set it to do. But it has to be put in place. Because we are talking about a provisional parliament, because we have not had a parliament. So the process is really for the parliament, but the parliament is not yet put in place. So we are putting a parliament in place so that processes can be executed or carried out efficiently and protocol. I hope one of the other elder priests can help to amplify what I said or help to clarify what I said, if it makes sense.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont. As it pertains to what they consider splintered groups, the explanation of a splintered group and possibly is the Council of Elders. Why would one think of the council as a splintered group? Honorable
Royal Empress. Yeah, Royal Empress. I don't know. I hope that answer I just Prophet Jeff's question. If it should be the Parliament that amends the Constitution or attempt to amend the Constitution. Now, to be plain, let's just be plain and straight so people understand the fullness. The Congress was run with one head of state, in that sense, complemented by, yes, his committee at the time, a set of elders and competent ones that surrounded him. But there was no formalized entity to manage the affairs. The father, looking with his wisdom, realized that it would have been best and easier done if he put a system in place. And that is what he did. He mandated a system, which is the Parliament and the committee as we know. Now, the process, as Priest Lamont explained, was never formalized, never seated and functioned. Because shortly thereafter, the initiation of the process, the father transitioned. Now, that has been 30 years. Because of that, there has been a lot of chaos within our midst. The senior members seeing this chaos and have a duty, to carry on the legacy. We are the custodians of the liberty. And as custodians of the liberty, it is our duty to rectify whatever is not working, whatever is wrong, whatever is out of sync. And as we said, in doing that, the one tool that we were left with by the Father that can assist us to do that, and that's the tool that any association, corporation, registered group would use and uses is the Constitution. In looking at the Constitution, we realize that we cannot, by ourselves and by the power that the Constitution gives, establish any constitutional group, because the Constitution is written that only King Emmanuel has the power to do such. We all know that King Emmanuel mandated the Parliament, so he started the process of transferring the authority from his throne to the Parliament. What we are here trying to do, or have intention of doing, is to finish that process, finding the best way to accommodate that process. That's why we say we are not the Parliament, we are not the committee, we are here to facilitate the establishing of those two entities through a transparent method, a method that is all inclusive, where everyone has the right and the opportunity to voice their sound. If you choose not to voice your sound or choose to stay on the sideline, that is by choice. But the Council of Elders has opened a platform and have called continuously, unbiasedly, to all members of the Congress, barring none, to come and sit with us and let us discuss the best way forward. If ones think that this is not the best way and they have a better suggestion or a suggestion overall, we entertain all of those suggestions. Ones just need to reach out and touch the council and let the council know. And there are methods of doing that: coming on the council general meeting, or reaching out to a council member and sharing your idea or your suggestion with that council member, who would then pass it on to the body or to the group. My Lord, Empress.
Thank you very
Trisha.
Yes, Majesty, give thanks. Priest Knuckles, Priest Lamont, anyone else want to speak? Snappy?
Yes. To the chair, I would just
Majesty.
love to add a interjection here. When we came to Miami in 92 and the centenary celebration of His Majesty was at hand, and I sent and asked our father for permission to get involved in a celebration ceremony and stuff. And these are the words that were sent to me, sent to us. Say, if you who know to do it, don't do it, who is going to do it? Now, this is what the elders, as I said before, pre-constitutional elders that are coming that from long before the Constitution come up. If we don't take the responsibility to do the thing in the right and proper way, or the Father wants us to do it, then who is going to do it? He has given us that authority within ourselves by what He has taught us to identify the God within each of us and speak from that point and that authority of God within yourself. And like we say, the platform is open for all. Whether you sign up as a part of the Council of Elders or not, as a voice of God in the government of the Black Christ, we're inviting our ones to come and speak freely. This is not the platform where if we do agree with you, you block you out and you can't speak. Everyone get a chance to speak, because that is the respect of the God in flesh, where we teach the world. Man of right is God in flesh. So this is where all man and woman of right should come and say, my Lord, this is how I see it could be done, proper, Because we have been to other platforms and see how the thing is being done. And it is not within a transparent and a fair way that the thing is being done. You have heard words like click and all of these things to refer to how the gathering is being done. And we want it to be an open thing that everyone can see and inclusive of brethren, not just in Jamaica, just in Trinidad, but on the continent and all the different places. We have Congress members in South America, Mexico, Chile, Costa Rica, all of these places that have a right, all man of right is God in flesh, have a right to have a speak and a voice in this Congress and this development. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Priest Ainsley.
Majesty bless, Empress, give thanks for your coming in. Yes, my Lord and Empress. We do give thanks for these kind of internal reasoning and in-depth reasoning. So again, to reiterate what the Honorable Priest is saying, even a voice of concern, because we all see that the Congress is going through a struggle now. So if we see someone rise up to say, well, let us address the concerns of what is going on. Instead of you staying from afar and label, we ask you for coming. We trust the God who lives in all flesh. Because Daddy tell me that the same God in him are the same God in me. The man just had tried to do all right. So it's the same thing we are saying. We are not labeling no one. We give thanks for all efforts that is made by our honorable brethren and sisters worldwide, within to say the concern that they would have liked to see the Congress as a well-oiled machine, moving through, addressing all aspects of humanity for the Black people, universally, internationally, So we are looking for a transparency, to the way how the parliament is being picked. And as we have more in common than in disagreement in all of our brethren and sisters. So this is the heart of love that we are extending to come on a platform where, it's not a partiality. And we also accept invitations. I mean, they say if I want to figure, say, well, let me invite the council of elders for them to come and explain themselves. Because we are all sons and daughters of God. We are not the enemy. We are not, we love Jah, like us all. So this is what we are appealing, my Lord. Majesty bless.
Blessed Honorable. Just to add, just to compliment what was said, I would just say to Iona's Baba Shanti that whether you think you are the parliament or you think you are the president or you are the HQ, it is in your interest to come and sit with the council and put your point forward, put your position forward. Why do I think? Why do I think I'm to be the president? Give us the reason. Let us reason together to see if your internal, your approach is the right one. So we are calling on everyone. We are not mindful of where you, as I said earlier, where you think you hold your allegiances to. But come on, exercise, because if you are doing whatever you're doing for the family, it can't be that you don't want to speak with the family. And we're all a part of the family. And if you can get a large gathering of the family to speak to, I think that's an opportunity that we all should use. And we have tried that, and that's what we are trying to do, to bring the family together. So come, regardless of what you think you are or what you want to be, tell us. We'll reason. If you have the right points and we see that what you are saying is the right thing, we will comply. We always comply with the right thing. My Lord and Empress.
Oh, give thanks. I just start. Are you there? Give thanks, Honorable Priest, and give thanks for all the clarity thus far.
Yes, Honorable Empress, I'm here. Bless the love.
I know you asked the questions. I was wondering, was the clarity given for the eye?
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. There I could go through the next question.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. So my next question would be: in the past, the Congress itself has chosen to quote unquote isolate, take an isolated approach to interfering with other groups of Rastafari. What has caused the change in attitude? Is there a change in attitude? You know, how do the panel see this question?
And that is interfacing with other groups where, what the Empress is stating is that in past times, we had an isolationist approach to dealing with the other groups within the Rastafari family. That's another story for another day, the reasons why. But to answer the question why that has changed in today's atmosphere, I would say the best one to really even approach answering that question is one of the representatives that is seated at the family umbrella table, the Honorable Priest Lamont. Would you like to address that, my lord?
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly, Honorable Priest Rastafari. One of the main things that caused me even to be pressing my brothers and sisters in the E.A.B.I.C to step forward and associate ourselves with our brothers and sisters out there is some years ago when I read a part of the Constitution that clarified to me a concept that we had, but it was kind of twisted and misconstrued, that we were not to join ourselves to anyone, to any group. But as the arguments went on and the discussion and the battle, we happen to be looking at the Constitution from time to time, especially Priest Chris and myself. We have been looking because when I went there to present the RMO's Constitution, it started much discussion. And so we were looking into the Constitution. But when they told me that Dada said we are not associated with anyone, and when I saw the constitutional fact of it, it was not there. It said we are not to associate with any group that is not dealing with advancement and upliftment of African Black people and so forth. And I maintained when I saw it, and that it does not say we are not to associate with anyone. It says we are not to associate with negative ones. And I thought that I had the right to sit among them, especially when the gathering of ourselves together came about with the presence of I and I as Baba Shanti right there at the beginning. So it's not like something was created and then we were called to it. It was that we were called at the creation of it. The Baba Shanti house, Baba was present at the initiation of it. And so I looked at these things and I encouraged other clear-minded brethren and pointed out these things to them. And we decided and we reasoned, and I reasoned with the Honorable Priest Savannah, and we saw that did not intend for us to be isolationist. And we brought it to the Council of Elders and we reasoned. And we had many discussions. There was that Sunday when the HQ was on, and more than once we have brought them on. And they have stuck to their understanding or their misunderstanding, and also lack of really probing the Constitution. So a lot of the things about us being by ourselves, it came about not from that as intention, but from our misunderstanding and our not looking even into our Constitution properly. And so when we have found this out, the Council of Elders gave us the mandate to not just be observers of the umbrella group, which is the Rastafari mansions and organizations, which acronym RMO. And so we were at the table before it was RMO, when it was just a group of Rastafari. We actually called ourselves a coalition. And when the reason that had brought us together fell through, but we thought that for the fact that we had been reasoning together as Rastafari, different groups and mansions, for these months, it is a sign that we can stick together and have a harmony. And so the decision of the RMO came about and it was created. And I pointed out to the brethren more than one that the Constitution does not negate us from being a part of our other Rastafari. brethren out there. So that is my overview
So,
of
Honorable
being
Priest,
at the RMO.
so Honorable Priest, could you tell us how long you have been, or the E.A.B.I.C have been an observer in observer status?
All right. The E.A.B.I.C has been observer status in many different attempts to really bring the Rastafari family together. I think that we being there for more than 18 months, realize that our voice is strong and respected. But being by virtue of us being observers, we were not decision makers. And so whilst we were suggesting most of the decisions, we were not able to agree upon them. Um, it was kind of what is it, oxymoron? I don't know if that's the right word, but we thought that it was time that we did something to make us able to make the decisions which we saw that were necessary, if the unity was to be maintained. And we also saw of a fact that our presence was important and needed to knit the unity. So when we reasoned as the council after these 18 months, the council said, yes, we can't separate ourselves. We can't accomplish our aim of freedom, redemption, and international repatriation by being by ourselves. We have to take it to them. We have to be able to reason with them. And that is how we stuck to the task, and we did not mind the kind of buffeting from those brethren that don't believe that we are to unite, because we are a people above all people and we should not associate. So we have taken the task.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. I
Empress,
like my Lord.
just what? Yes, I just want to
Ready,
add to.
Empress?
I'll defer to the royal elder. Priest, I'm this.
My lord? Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to say something?
Yes, my lord, briefly. Our Imperial Majesty Emperor Selassie came and showed us collective security for surety. His grandson came to Trinidad and encouraged E.P.R., I believe, who have now moved onto All Mansion of Rastafari. And I also believe his other grandson, if I'm not mistaken, came to Trinidad and to Jamaica and showed that the importance for unite Rastafari, for unite and come under one voice. Not that we are eliminating our different individual stands, but more like an umbrella. Any logical mind could see and understand that a group, because one of the things the white will always do when you approach them, well, okay, Bobo, but what Nayabingia say? What 12 tribes say, and they always hide behind that, misconception that the Rasta groups is not united. So in this 21st century, because Jah tell us, say, look to the God in ourselves. And it just make proper sense to see the formation of an umbrella group will be much more effective than individual agitating. So that means that when we agitate from one strong point of view, all of us. See, that inclusive. So that is one of the basic understanding and premise that we use. That when the Honorable Priest came with the RMO meditation, and we listened and we look into it, we supported it because together we are stronger. And it does not take away from our individual stance and outlook. But we have more in common than in disagreement. For we are all sons and daughters of the King, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Blessed love, my Lord. Give thanks.
And just to complement that stone, the E.A.B.I.C, we have not joined any organization because we remain an autonomous entity. what we are signatories. We have signed on to a treaty among ourselves as Rastafari to say that we will sit together to discuss things that we have in common, not our personal affair, and it does not take away from our individual agitation as activists towards justice and equality. We still make our voices heard as independent groups where that type of platform facilitates. But there are certain platforms that dictate that we speak as a united body. Like the Honorable Priest Imsy said a while ago, they have used the excuse of I and I being disunited for too long and have gotten away with it. Today, they no longer have that excuse because at the table, every group that sits at that table is governed by their own individual constitution, by their own set of bylaws. And they sit at that group as an autonomous body within a collective now to speak on matters that affect every one of I and I, no matter what group you're from. So if you live in a community and water is your biggest problem, and you're going to deal with an entity that can give you that freedom to receive water, instead of going peace, 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 and having them ignore you or placate your situation, when you come with the power of numbers behind you, the RMO is speaking on behalf of the Rastafari mansions and organization. Within the RMO, there are representatives of all or most Rastafari groups. Now, the government has to listen because we have a great amount of what they call a demographics behind I and I, constituents that we represent, which those are the language that them use in government, constituency and constituents. Now we represent a large amount of constituents. That means a large amount of their country's citizens that affect how that country function. So they have to give you a listening ear. And we have seen the proof of that because right now, as we speak, Priest Lamont is engaged with a group from the RMO who sits from time to time with the different government officials to speak on matters that affect I and I, whether it is the Minister of Justice or the Minister of Security. And that only come about through the coalition, through the unity. Prior to that, we couldn't get them to the table because their excuse was, no, if I talk to you, that group over there going to say something different, that group, and them use that as excuse. Today, they no longer have that excuse, and we have seen the proof in that pudding. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Honorable Priest Knuckles, any comments? I just thought you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
No, the Honorable Priest could go through. May have 1,000,001 questions still, but
I can see it on your face.
Yeah. Yeah, if the Honorable Priest Knuckles want to interact still.
Yes, my lord. I will just interject as a elder priest. We know somewhere in the Bible they talk about putting two sticks together gives you a greater strength than the ability to break one stick. Is that understanding we need to apply in this arena right now? Man of right is God in flesh, is our Father's definition. And it never said Bobo of right is God in flesh alone. The man of right is God in flesh. So moving with a group of brethren that have that liberty, that same faith in as Rastafari should never be seen as something that is against the principles of God. Now, if we take the religious background that we come up in, and the division, the Baptist no work with the Catholic, and the Catholic no work with that. That is where that mindset come from. And it's time for we shed that amongst ourselves. The Father said, we can work with anyone that is able to help and support and in the same line of us with our aim and objective, which is freedom, redemption, international repatriation, the rights of all Black people. We have the saying where we say, there will be no peace until Christ sits at the conference table. Are we not the representatives of Christ now? And that table that is talking about our human rights and Black people rights, we should never be missing from that table. Once the organization is not something that is detrimental, or their ideology or their practice is not contrary to what the Black Christ teach us, we can ally, we can deal with them in a matter, a union that doesn't take away our sovereignty, that doesn't take away anything from us. But as a larger group, we're able to present these things. Look at the AU. Look at the United Nations. We want to be a part of that so that we can have our voice in a bigger body to put forward the aims and objectives that the Father put before us to try and get it fulfilled. So any attempt to be in a partnership, if you want to call it that, maybe there's a better word, that can progress our objectives, couldn't be seen as illegal, couldn't be seen as unnatural, as Dada you say, unnatural, my lord. It's natural we work with the man them who are defend the same thing that the man and woman for we get so used to talk of just man. For all the man and woman them that moving in the same direction, the same objective. Rastafari rise up as a movement for return home, to give Black people their true justice. So we are willing to work with all those that respect our sovereignty and working for the same objectives. My Lord and Empress, I won't take too long.
Majesty, could I interject for a brief moment, my lad?
1 second, I think I had a question before.
Okay, His Majesty told us through one of the effects of the transatlantic slave trade is that we have become a very diverse group of people. We all over, but our problems remain the same. So, according to one Black activist here, Black solidarity across the board. That's what
My love.
I love.
My love. Yes, Prophet, I just throw the question them, because the question them will come for answer, So throw the question them, my lord. We are here. Prophet
Majesty, honorable family, do give thanks. Yes, I. Rastafari. I just want to large up everyone that's tuning in on the platform right about now, and everyone also who is interacting in the chat room. I'm going to come to the chat room in a moment and pull a few questions from there. Zine, because I see a whole interaction I go on still. Zine. But regarding the question that was asked about the RMO and our involvement now as a Congress, based on what I said earlier, Honorable Priest Dougie, that we have changed. I'm just going by the I wording that we have changed from not interacting with outside groups to now interacting. It would sound like the council is acting in a authoritative position to make that decision. other than the headquarters itself?
Hold on. So no, hold on. Yeah, make a statement. I don't hear the question. Give me the question.
Yeah, the question. I'm sure. If Honorable Priest Lamont want to interact, I'm sure he heard the question perfectly. If you want to interact with the question, Honorable Priest Lamont, please feel free.
Well, I deduced your question from the statement that you are asking if we have the authority to decide to go to the RMO. Now, we are talking here about the hole in the bucket situation because all the time we refer to authority in doing the things that we do. And even the very council itself is afraid of the word authority because Bobo Ashanti people becomes very scared when they hear you talk about authority as if you're trying to take over something or you're trying to be King Emmanuel. But it has nothing to do with that because authority means it's really responsibility of doing the right thing. And I would look and I would ask anyone, because you talked about the headquarters giving the authority. But when we talk about the headquarters, are we talking about the land and the buildings at Bobo Hill? Or are we talking about the brethren that are there? And when we say these things, what do we what understanding do we have of the foundation and what is going on there? And is it respected that I and I that have an understanding or an oversight of what's going on there and we have the reality or the facts, so that again makes the council of elders seated because here a hard decision is to be made, but who do we refer to say the decision is to be made? It's like someone in the camp that is sick and dying, and no one can take the decision to say, take the person to the doctor. It would almost be reliant upon the sick to decide if they are to go to the doctor. So we can't rely on an authority that is not really there. So we will be waiting forever, as we have been waiting for over 30 years to do things. And the council has realized that any further delay is dead. And so we have decided now to act in whatever ethical, transparent, developmental way that we have to move to bring to the family that this is how we can preserve ourselves. If the watchman sees the judgment and wants not the city, it is incumbent upon him. And so the decision to go to the RMO is not over, because all the time when something is done, it is used as a deterrent to say that people have taken it upon themselves. But who has a greater authority to take things upon themselves than the Council of Elders? Because at the HQ, who do we call the HQ? Do Priest Amsley and Priest Knuckles and Priest Duggan and Empress Mariam and myself and other elders that have been traveling with King Emmanuel sit and wait on Priest Chris and those other priests, youngsters, Priest Donovan, and those youngsters that are that are there milling around? Do we wait on them to say go to the Council of Elders, go to the RMO, or amend the Constitution? When we talk about the HQ, we need to be aware of these facts, that there's a handful of youths that have just come and have not even been properly cultured in the culture. And so where do we seek the authority to do the things that are to be done to save ourselves?
Majesty, my lord. Majesty.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
Blessed love. We do give thanks for the twos and fews who are on the foundation right now. I carry up, the ceremonial order, the Psalms reading, Sabbath day service. We give thanks. All we want to do now is to strengthen that whole meditation, So when to the God live in our flesh, because it's so Jah get calling, Jah tell we same that they up park camp and fix a roof. And the God that dwelt in our flesh come and check him and tell him I have a work for him to do. That him even doubt him and fall off of the ladder. That when the brigadier come and say, who do this? Him say, me, sir. Him say, well, I want you to clean up the hair and the whole world. So at the same God that call us now, when we look and see what is going on, the Almighty God come and bring us together. We not come here by coincidence. This is by design, through the powers that live in all flesh. The same God the man point us to, that we can come now and address these matters, wherein, you can see certain works that we took up upon ourselves that was even right there in the camp. And the council of elders had to reach out and deal with certain things, So we're not putting down no one again. We glorify the twos and fews that are there right now, But administratively, and this is why we see it is needed for we to come and have a conversation. My Lord and Majesty, bless.
Rastafari. Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Yes, I. Is the council, because the council consists of elders, right? Is there something set up in the council of elders where you have junior members coming up in the council?
Yes, if you look, even when I introduced the panelists, I talked about the Honorable Priest Sevens, a junior elder, the Honorable Empress Trisha, a junior elder. We have other junior elders on the like Honorable Priest Shimran, Honorable Priest
Jermaine.
Daniel, Honorable Priest Jermaine, we have Honorable Prophet Okito. These are junior elders that have been treading like 35, 40 years in the Congress. And of course, some of that we have found their age have brought them up to a point, and they have been like 21, 22 years. And of course, they have valuable inputs and skills and ability to help the council. So they are there, they have been cooperated.
Honorable Priest Sevens, are you there?
The Honorable Priest is having some technical issues in his background.
Okay. Yes, so there's a process of ascendancy within the Council of Elders, is what there is asking. And yes, there is, because the elders, like the man said, call upon the youth because they are strong, and call upon the elders because the elders know the way. Now, the knowledge accumulated by our life experience is useless if I and I take it away, transition with it. It is necessary for I and I to pass on the knowledge that we have accumulated to the younger generation, to mentor the youths as they come up, so they can at least slide by some of the pitfalls that we met. They don't have to go through the same exact thing that I and I go through, because we can show them what I and I went through, so they can now take it a step further. See? So yes, my lord, that process is very essential, and it is being fostered by the Council of Elders.
Honorable Prophet Jeffries, I just the mindset. So with that mindset, what we put in our heavens is it's a relay. That means that the battle have to pass. That is even one of the things that we wanted to address in the Constitution. what is how long is a term, a parliamentary term? Because some of us have it done like it's permanent. And that is dictatorship. So, it's a passing of the baton, dealing with life in a reality checks, my Lord and Majesty. And we do have some royal junior elder empresses, We have the Research Action Committee, which is comprised of empresses, Empress Dion, a mighty empress, Empress Afi, Empress Rachel, all under the guidance of Honorable Queen Mother Empress Maisie. So we are doing exactly that, my lord, passing the baton, my lord.
Blessed love,
Rastafari.
Through the chair.
Honorable, through the chair.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
P7.
Oh, blessed love. Yes, I have some noise pollution in the background, so I couldn't hear properly, but I hear this part of the conversation, so I get a little time to talk. Yes, give thanks for the platform, royal hosts, give thanks for the council of elders, Yes, well, as a junior elder, I respect who I come and I meet, right? When I man come to the Congress, the ones who come before me, who I come and I meet, which was back in the 90s, and who I come and I meet was more so coming from the 80s or late 70s, So that that decade difference there, when we check right now it's 2025. So those who was coming to the Congress from the 90s till now, they would have been trodden over 25 and 30 years, You see it? So these are the ones we recognize as junior elders, who come and meet the senior elders. And when we met the senior elders, they wasn't over 20 years trodden in liberty. Some was 15 and more, the majority was below 20 years. So right now, it have a whole lot of younger ones who are way over 25 years and 30 years now. So the junior elders must rise up and take that responsibility and take initiatives, to work shoulder to shoulder with the senior elders. That is what we are trying to build, And from what I see, the council of elders, keeps reasonings with all members of the Congress, whether you come in 5 years or whatever. From you have an initiative, you're free to come into our Sunday reasonings and share your initiative and work with the council the same way, So yeah, that is I'm on views and experience as a junior elder, my lord. Bless the Lord.
Majesty, give thanks.
And my
Honorable.
lord, I pray thee, interject one brief moment to highlight one of our junior elders, Empress Trisha, your co-host right now. We call her the Honorable Royal Tech, which is she is so valuable, so the baton is being passed. I just had to interject and, put that forward, my lord.
Rastafari. Yeah, man. Give thanks to the honorable co-host. She's gonna ask the next question, but before she asks the next question, I consider Honorable Priest Adigan as a junior elder, and I don't hear anything from him yet. Honorable Priest Adigan, why you laughing? What you said? Say something, man.
Well, you put her in a junior elder, but the council of elder as a senior elder. So, I've been in the Congress from 1986, right? Over 36 years. So I am considered a senior elder. So you said junior elder, but no. When the Council of Elders asked when they first initiated the meeting, they asked if I want to be on it. And I said yes, and I was put on as a senior elder. So Just to correct you here, my lord, I man is a senior elder on the Council of Elders at the age of 58 here. I'm been in the Congress 30 plus years, my lord.
Majesty, give thanks to the royal correction, and we know your Earth Strong coming up in a couple of days time from now. So in advance, royal art a celebration to the eye, and
Yes,
another
Majesty.
day. Yes, I.
I don't cut you. Yeah, I just want to go back to when them was relating to the interaction with the different houses. I wanted to make a party, put up me on twice, but no one never did see it. Anyway, in 1958, it wasn't a Boba Ashanti gathering, right? And if we look at the name of the Congress, like Priest, like they say, it's not about, we never say Boba Ashanti Congress, you understand, Ethiopia, Africa Black International Congress. No, as we speak, the Council of Elders put themselves in a position, but there is dissension and opposition from, and I have to speak it here, the so-called online parliament, right? I remember when, I think it was Priest Imesley, Priest Lamont, and Priest Oswald went, Elder Council reason was going on, but we took time out and went over to the online parliament, and Priest, where I think he was the chairman, and he was so aggressive in his basic rejection of our invitation to the elder council. It's not in the constitution, but it's not about it being constitutional or not constitutional. It is an ancient African tradition, has been stated from the get-go, right? I watch films, I watch all kind of things, and when I watch like even on Nollywood, I see something in there, especially them call the king the Igwe, and the man under the king, the Unau, and all these things. And more time, if the king can, what's the word called, enforce his opinion, he have to listen to what the council, if the king put down an argument in the Council of Elders in solitude and collectiveness, don't agree with him, the king of his satire, more time in the end, the king have to bow to what the Council of Elders say. That's the thing about having a Council of Elders in African tradition. Seeing? Because what I observe in a lot of the documents on Africans, especially if you might be a lay person, but you might have a good relationship with the king. I'm taking this to the king. And the king said, what is your problem, man? Him say, all right, now we're not going to just do it like this. We're going to call the council in elders to hear it. You understand? And the case is put forward by the families or the people with concern. And then the decision is made through the king and the council of elders. And whatever them come to, that is the final. So some people might think, say, want to take an authoritative role, but like you say, as it is, as a government, as a member of this Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, is seen a non-functioning government. I don't see an E.A.B.I.C functioning. Under what guise? If we say government to government, we got no representative talking to I and I. I remember when the bulletins were coming out from Ethiopia, The Ethiopian government was saying, and the people were saying, a new priesthood has come to Ethiopia. As soon as them and press release it like nobody's business about the Congress, just through the way that they put him letter together and introduced the mission of the Congress to the Ethiopian government, only for certain flesh will go sabotage the work. Anyway, this is the thing, right? In every government throughout the world, we have a council of elders, and we have to work with everyone. You understand? Because the king have to work with the villagers. So consider this is not a Rastafari thing. This is a black people thing. Rastafari is part of the scope of the many other entities of movements what black people are connected to, right? No, we develop a prejudice in the Congress, the BR and the end. We can't get in the little personalities and what the elders them did go through with Dada in the beginning and start get problem. Hey, them did deal with Dada, we you know, not deal with them and still all them little foolish prejudices there. No,
My
no,
Lord.
no. We have to mature and show ourselves grown up now, you know? Yeah.
Give thanks.
God bless you.
Yes, Honorable Priest, give thanks. Honorable Empress Trisha, you want to ask the next question, please?
Yes, Majesty. And before we do move on, we would like to acknowledge that our Honorable Priest Knuckles did make his 7-0 a few days ago. Blessed. One strong. Honorable Priest Knuckles, we will not leave without, you know.
What kind of thing that, Empress?
Article. It cannot go.
I wanted to make an interjection and ask Honorable I just star. Pardon me, my lord.
Majesty.
Let us take some simple basic. The man said take earthly things to judge heavenly things. If you have a group of 13 people and a decision is to be made, and 9 people agree to make the decision and 3 disagree, would you say that we should go ahead with the 9 because that is the bigger bulk of agreement?
Yeah, man, the 9 have the majority rule.
Yes, so this is what is happening with us now, that sometimes we have decisions to be made and a few don't agree. And that few that don't agree bomb blast the airwaves and everything as if something wrong is going on. And many times I've been on the parliament and here a decision to be made or a question is asked and the virgin them say, is not the majority rule this place or so? No, I think when His Majesty set a 33-member parliament, that hopefully when we get this seated to make the decisions governing all of us, that if 25 members agree to say, make we do this, you're going to have a few that don't agree. If you look at any parliament and the procedures of governance, that is what happened. Not everybody going to agree. But the majority count once we moving in that thing that is right. When I say a majority, I deal with something wrong that we are going to go with that. No. But there's a story on the hill, you know, this might be a little, where the truck going to Woodbush and 9 brethren, mostly priests, they on the truck, and the driver say him not going, and the rest of them say, we don't want to go left, we want to go right because we have been to left and the whole of that cut out. And the driver say, him now go that way, they don't go, God can tell him. Him stop the truck and send a man up at the yard, and the father say, you better take the voice of the God upon the truck. 9 priests there and say, that is the decision. So we have to come to that reality in ourselves, in when we're doing things. You understand? Not everybody is going to agree with the decision at the moment. Maybe later they may see it say, you know that was the right decision. But at the time, just the God in the 9 flesh. My Lord and Majesty, blessed.
Honorable. Yes, Honorable Empress Trisha.
Yes, give thanks, Honorable Priest Knuckles, for that. I would like to take this moment and read the mission statement of the Council of Elders before we actually do move forward. Let me see if I can share it on the screen so one can see it. One second. Can you see it?
Yes, we're seeing it on the member.
So the mission statement of the Council of Elders states that the sole mission of the Elders Council is to be the moral compass of the E.A.B.I.C. This entails observing the administration of the Congress and assuming that all business is done in an ethical manner. The Elders Council will function.
Assuring, please. Read it again. Yeah, it's assuring.
Yes. This entails observing the administration of the Congress and assuring that all business is done in an ethical manner. The Elders Council will function as an ethics committee in its essence, bringing order and justice to the membership. The Elder Council is a formal advisory board structure that brings value-driven insight and creative advice with strategic instructions and advocacy within approved guidelines for the membership. The order of business of the agenda is assessing the purpose and function of all existing groups within the Congress and making recommendations for improvement and or issuing mandates for the effects of immediate rectification to be evident to all members. Jah Rastafari. And that is the mission statement of the Council of Elders, to be the ethical or moral voice where there is none or when there is none. If anyone has anything to add to it. Okay, we'll go on with my next question. Next question is, the topic of restorative justice reparation is trending among the continental leadership and diaspora. The African Union declared 2025 the year of reparations. How does the Council of Elders view the initiative?
And I please, Savannah, could you expound on
Yes,
that?
my lord. Give thanks, yeah, the year 2025 being the year of reparations, that opens a door for conversation on restorative justice, or what them call reparatory justice, repairing the breach thereof. Now, it gives a platform for what they call them civic societies, NGOs, and different advocacy groups to be heard, to present their position on the whole topic of restorative justice. Now, I was looking just this morning at CARICOM 10-point agenda for reparations, as well as the Black Americans of North America. They have an agenda as well, a 10-point agenda as well. They all complement each other. Now, I noticed that recently they have included repatriation as one of their categories in it. But when you look at the body of ones that is representing the initiative and how it is being put forward, there are aspects of it that is not representing the Rastafari approach or the Rastafari initiative. 2025 gives us that opportunity to be heard on those platforms and to put our position out there among the other Pan-African family that's, agitating for the same thing or similar. Now, for the last 30 years, Rastafari has been missing from the forefront. From the dawn of the 21st century, it has been the intellectual Pan-Africanists and Black Africans, Western Black Americans, who have headlined most of the discussion. And there is nothing wrong with that because where there's a void, it must be filled. But it is time that we realign ourselves with the mission, Freedom, Redemption, International Repatriation, and as the group among the Pan-African family that started that whole initiative, that put forward that whole initiative until it became trending. We need to be there at the table. When I say we, Rastafari collectively need to be there at the table. For two main reasons. He who feels it knows it. And secondly, the reputation that Rastafari have among the indigenous people of the world. We have been the voice of the voiceless, representing the disenfranchised across the board, not just Africans. Rastafari have spoken on behalf of injustice in all walks of life. So with that being, I and I need to be at the table, and 2025 affords us that privilege or that opportunity. And there is one of the reasons why I need to reorganize ourselves as quickly as possible and become constitutionally, representatives of the Congress and the Rastafari movement. Because even at the table of the RMO, when it comes to repatriation and restorative justice, ones look to the Congress because they know the Congress has been the champion of human rights for many decades in our father's time and leading on. So it is time that I and I do what is necessary to be at that table. And for that to happen, we have to get an up-to-date constitution in place and empower the entities within the Congress that will be sitting at those tables to represent the Congress's position. Yeah, give thanks.
Thank you very much, Rastavan. Anyone would want to add anything to that question of restorative justice? Just to add that the word restorative there is really talking about what we call compensation or reparation to repair breaches and damages that have been done.
Yes, give thanks, honorable priest and priest. And I am glad that you did mention the importance of an up-to-date constitution, because that was going to be my next question. If the importance of an up-to-date constitution for the Congress, the E.A.B.I.C. Congress, is pertinent to being able to sit at some of these tables that for the upliftment of all Black people, nation building. So I give thanks that I did touch on that. My next question, any other sound? I would like to give thanks. I do see Mama Maisie on here. Mama Maisie, if you can open your screen and just bless the family for 1 second.
Yes, Honorable Royal Divine Family.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress.
I right now still I give thanks, for all what's said and done. I am, boy, this internet is just give me.
Yes, Mama,
strength,
we know the struggle. We know the struggle.
Yeah.
And those who don't know, Empress Maisie is the lead, one of the Women Freedom Liberation League leading empresses, who many of I and I are under her tutelage at this present time. So we do give thanks, Honorable Empress.
Give thanks and glorify.
Blessed love.
Honorable.
And we do also have, if you can bear with me, I just saw Honorable Priest Germain, who is also a junior elder. Honorable Priest, if you can unmute your mic and just bless the family, 1 brief second. Maybe be in a position where he cannot. Yes, so our next question would be the African Union, the AU-ECOSOC, the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, established in 2004, was established in 2004 as an advisory board to the African Union. They're asking for 20 delegates from the region of the diaspora to be part of the civil society structure of the African Union. The coordination is being done by some self-appointed Africans in North America. What are the views of the council on this initiative as it pertains to the voice of Rastafari?
All right. I would defer that, leave that question to the Honorable Priest Dougie.
Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Germain. We do give thanks and recognize you. Welcome.
Give thanks to you for such wonderful reasoning. Give thanks to you for and I being a part of such a group that aim to bring order and transparency to the Bobo Shanti organization. So we give thanks for that also, in terms of and I being a junior elder, I always give thanks for the gratitude that I was chosen for such. I came to the Congress in the early 90s, and being a part of the Congress has changed my life in many ways. I've seen and heard and been a part of the Rastafari organization, for quite some time. So give thanks for that the time that I've spent in the order, my
Thanks, Manchester.
my always concern, I'm always being concerned about the governance aspect of the Congress, and that is something that has always been touched to, approach. And being a part of the Council of Elders has, made such a significant difference, because we get to organize ourselves and carry out different tasks. We put on programs and stuff like that. So we are definitely bringing a light, and I continue to ask, ones and ones to be a part of such light, So we give thanks for such, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord.
Blessed love, my Lord. Give thanks. Honorable Priest Rastafari.
Blessed. ECOSOC, the branch of the AU, has been established to interface with the diaspora. That is our inroad into the AU's structure. Now, since 2012, the AU declared the sixth region, being the Western Hemisphere, to be part of their continental structure. But it has not been ratified, and no protocols have been established to make that legally binding. And over the years, activists have continued to query it, agitate for prompt drafting of the protocols and so forth, so we can be officially seated at the table. Now, the diaspora, the sixth region, we have observer status at the AU level, the General Assembly meetings. We have observer status, but we are not official, so we cannot represent. We can only observe. When we become a seated member, then we can put forward the diaspora's position and so forth and so on. Now, that is slowly coming online through ECOSOC. But as was stated by what the Empress read, there is a group of individuals in North America who have taken on the initiative to organize. And that is great. Now, I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I and I is saying. That is great because, again, where there's a void, it will be filled. The man said, flesh don't do it, it may rise up wood and stone. So that void will be filled. In saying so, the ones that are doing the coordination are ones that have really elected themselves by their skill sets and their status and so forth. But none of I and I, as Rastafari, is involved in that, on that level of organizing. Because we are not at the table. There is no criticism of the ones that are doing it. You know, the blame is on I and I who have not made ourselves present and our voice is heard. Because, yeah, most of the time we are struggling with our domestic, so our eyes are really on the prize of putting on the meal on the table and paying the bills. But at the same time, we can't take our eyes off the prize. And that is the mission, Freedom, Redemption, International, Repatriation. Now that the doors are opening up and we can walk through them and be seated at the table to be heard, we are not there. We are not taking advantage of that. Again, because we have these problems within the Rastafari groups. Because most Rastafari group mansion, especially those long-standing ones, are going through the same transformation. Seen because they have, like I and I, they have also lost their leaders, the founding fathers that organized them. And in that loss, most of the time, those are irreplaceable ones. So it leaves that void of leadership, which we are finding the same thing among ourselves. And most of them now are coming to the same point that we are. We have to reorganize ourselves. We have to amend our constitutions to meet the times which we are in. And that is what is happening. If we don't do that, we will not be able to sit at these tables because we cannot go to these tables splintered and in disarray. Because all happens is like what is happening now. We are ignored. When we go as a united voice, we become a force to be reckoned with. And so, again, the amendment and revision of the Constitution is paramount to any forward movement in regards to the E.A.B.I.C. and the E.A.B.I.C's participation on those platforms that is discussing restorative justice.
Yes,
Prior to our era, our father has always been invited to those tables. He has always, and where those tables never exist, through the word sound of our father, ones have organized themselves and invited him to have a voice. Well, we find ourselves now in the time when what our father was working towards is happening. We need to restructure ourselves to be a representative body at those tables. Blessed love.
Blessed love. Give thanks, honorable priest. I just saw honorable. My lord.
Can they them hear me?
Yes, we can now. Give thanks.
Beautiful.
I know ones are really concerned about the Council of Elders and they have many questions and what is the aim and objectives. And clearly we can see tonight that the Council of Elders are not only just looking at the structuring of the council itself, but it's also looking at things on a wider scope, how it affects the entire family, the entire Black race, so that the council itself can foster where ones can be sitting at those tables, where ones can be aware of all the things that are going on around us, and not only in the E.A.B.I.C Congress. Majesty bless.
Rastafari, do give thanks. Yes, I perfectly said. Yeah, we can see that it's not just the organization itself or the council itself, but the whole goodie is what is under attention right now. So we give thanks that the council have that wider view of things and not a narrow view of things. So give thanks for that.
Majesty.
All right. And that question a while ago, and what's I can't even pronounce the word properly.
Restorative justice.
Restorative justice. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Empress. So on that, on the other hand, Zine, the question now is what is the council's view on repatriation on a realistic level? Because Africa is a big place. What is the approach now? Because not every bubble wants to go to Gambia or South Africa. You know what I mean? What would be the approach? No, would it be individual government that we would approach, or would it be the African Union, which consists of all the African states? What is the item position on that?
Priest Lamont, Priest Knuckles.
Right. I am going to ask Honorable Priest Rasava to start to lead that discussion, and then we can add our
Yeah, give
comment.
thanks again, my lord. And the reason being that across the board, I heard something from the I the other day too as well on the platform where the I gave some advice to say we need to focus on one area at a time and manage that area well before moving on to another area. Now, looking at the atmosphere on the continent, there are not many states that are organized. Let us not say friendly, because I could use the word friendly towards certain things, but let us just say organized to deal with certain levels of repatriation then. Now, Ghana, as our father called Ghana, the gateway, and it is rightly proving itself to be such. Just recently gave 534, I think it was, returning residents their documentation, which is one of the first states on the continent to do that. Most other states have just opened up a diaspora office. I think the last count that I got from the last sitting Caribbean diaspora representative, Mama Desta, she said there was 50 offices now on the continent, diaspora offices. But a lot of them are not operational on any, level. So if we are looking for documentation and an easy way to enter into the continent, we would best choose a state that is friendly towards returning residents at this point. And as I said, Ghana is one of them. Ethiopia is also slowly taking that route, being that the first returning resident, especially as Rastafari, to get documentation is one of our own former priest Paul, today Barrister Babo. He was the first in that state, that nation state, to receive not just landed documents, but a full-fledged citizenship. He now has his Ethiopian passport. So Ethiopia is also heading in that direction, but not as quickly as Ghana is. The other states welcome us, but welcome us as investors and tourists, not so much as returning residents. So I don't know if that kind of fulfill the question, answer the question on a level. Ghana being the gateway, as our father had pointed us to, is making the most advancement towards receiving us. See? So if we want to enter in on the legal documentation, yeah, Ghana would be the most favorable place right now. But again, being revolutionary, I would end with this. We must always seek to push the envelope. So if we are drawn to a specific state, as Bobo, as I rightly says, not every Bobo or every Rastaman will want to go to one place. You might feel drawn to another place, Tanzania, Mali, wherever. Yeah, it is for I and I to go to the continent, visit these places, do our due diligence, and see what is going on there. If we can fit into the structure and help to influence, the changes that we know need to happen. Blessed Lord.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. One of the honorable president in Nkrumah was a Garveyite, and the diaspora is mentioned in Ghana's constitution from original, so in did address it. Hence, the door where John never make a mistake when him say Ghana is the front door, But as the honorable priest said, to agitate now, we are agitate for the government, but we also coming from other different perspectives too, also, all fronts, people to people. Wherein now, if you can get a link where you reach over yonder, but we are saying, when we reach, our levity must uplift the living standards of the Africans round and about, because we're coming from the West. So we're not just coming to milk and honey, we're coming to create milk and honey. I mean to say, we come in with tools and knowledge that we can get here in the West to uplift the standard of living of the people round and about us where we touching. So after a while now, the people themselves could start agitate to the government to say, they them for bring we brothers and sisters home, because when they come home, our living standards rise. We live better. Majesty, my Lord and Empress.
Through the chair.
Nappy, go ahead.
Yes, greetings, family. Give thanks for the reasoning, each and every one, 4 wins. And since we're on that note of Africa, we just want to touch, on some notes that, we have been in operation in Africa since 2015. We went on a mission where it's an outreach that took care of, children, elderly, and different parts. And that was in Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, And, we were able to carry a nurse with us, and doctors were there, in all the different regions that we went to. It was a nice, mighty works. There was, hundreds of people we had seen, and we set up the makeshift tents, them, all over the different villages, them, So, yeah, we started that venture, from that time. And also had opportunity now recently, within the last 2 and 3 years, to be involved in Uganda, because we adopted a school, our partnership with a school over there, of over near 800 children, from baby come all the way up. A lot of the youth, them is orphan and all them something there. And we've been providing, we just came back like about about a month ago we came forward, from a different mission over there. We provided beds, over 80 beds we provided, we bought a machine to do the welding machine and buy up the iron them and man them come in on the compound and cut them with axe and put them together and make bunk beds where we could have get over 80 beds. We bring a whole of medicine. We bring also like a life-saving machine over there too, where we incorporate with, because them trying to build them the medical department, them have a nurse and staff that's there all the while. So, them show her how to operate the machine and things like that, As I said, whole for supplies we did, we feminine napkin, reusable one for the princess and empress them, you know what I mean? There's a lot of works, we try to do what we can do when the opportunity arises. It's not all the while we are going to get the opening and the government are going to call we in and it are going to go through the way. Sometimes, whatever your eyes say and the ant can do, you just start do it and you'll be surprised how door will start to open up, So just like how we finished that mission, there's another one planning coming up again, with other doctors from over this side and professors trying to set up a computer room over there too, So, I'm saying that there is some works being done that place over there where that school is named Mission Destiny and it's in a place named Mubende in Uganda. And whenever anyone from here wish to go over to go do any kind of work to help out, wherever they can, there will always be ways as long as they provide them plane fare and things like that. But we're trying to set up places on the compound now, so when visitors come in, them can stay there. We usually stay at a hotel not too far from there, and then we're trying to set up a little place now up on the compound where we can do there, So we are trying to do what we can do, you know what I mean? And just from the days like when we went and go live on the hills, as we first go up on the campground, above camp, we start build the tank. From we go there and see the water if you carry up and wade. Whole heap of brethren get together and make a move, come back to America, because we did live in New York at that time. And a lot of us, Sister Marina, Job Boy, Priest, Knuckles, a lot of us, 15, 20 of us or more came down. And once we came in, all of the shortcomings and things where the campgrounds used to have, we start build up on that. And right away, we built 3 tanks on the campground when we did it. Water tanks. You know what I mean? Get generator, put generator up on the campground. Get first set of light up there. So when we come, we not come for just sit down and stargaze and we come for work with the man. We don't just come for this religious order there, you know what I mean? We come to uplift the Congress and work. That is where our mission is, Someone just come for just talk and talk and talk and talk. And that not carry much fire, what I mean? But we're your spirit more time, So the Council of Elders, as we say, Bridging, is ones and concerned elders that has been in this trad here from we in the mid-70s. And, it's been laying waste somewhat. And, the one who said that they can do it, clearly cannot do it. And them trying to deny other ones who can come in and help out. You know what I mean? With them own egotism. So, we can't sit back and watch the Congress go to ruins per se by these ignorant and illiterate ones that's trying to do it. So we as the elders trying to come together now to steer and guide all of the different groups that's supposed to run this Congress here and make sure say things run with a principle and an upright manner, not to take over nothing, but to steer and guide and build every department of the Congress. My Lord and Majesty, give thanks.
Yes, Honorable Priest Napi, and if
Through the chair.
1 second, Priest, and maybe you can also expound on the help, the assistance that is given to the HQ in the form of whether it's monetary, whether it's barrels being sent down with food or what have you. Honorable Priest Nappy?
Yes, well, that has always been an ongoing trad. All through these years, every so often we get together and send a barrel for the camp, with all manner of peas and things. We just send one now that is supposed to be cleared, maybe by this week coming up if they don't clear it yet. And I mean, the amount of things were inside, right? That we send, and that has been going on for years. We never forget the Congress and the camp. But see, regardless of how, ones and one would want to look at things, we know what we're supposed to do. I mean, coming into the Congress, and I remember you come in and you try straighten other ones and do things, in a Rastafari a lot of times. You show love and someone things like you try buy them out. Strange, but we never really watch them talk there. We still know say the God show and I if you do things in a certain manner, and that's how we are gonna do it, regardless of wherever I want feel. You know what I mean? And also we've been living from them time till now. We we're always straightened year in, year out, all of the years. You know what I mean? So we give thanks that we in the position can do it. And we just want all our band more together and get the greater part of it work done.
Give thanks, my give thanks. Honorable Priest Knuckles?
Yes, give thanks for such report, Honorable Priest. To specifically go forward to the Honorable Prophet question and the realistic approach to repatriation. Now, the father say him come to fulfill Marcus Garvey work and push it along. So we have always see the father agitating to heads of government and any place that him can get a letter into, a word into, towards our cause for justice, for repatriation with compensation, all of these aspects. One of the mission that Honorable Priest Campbell was sent on, him keep reminding me the man name, but I can't remember. He was advised by one of the ministers in the government of Ghana that we can look at repatriation two ways. The government to government, which we have always been applying ourselves to, regardless of how many doors them close upon the father. Father always sending out that message, educating the people of their rights and our search for justice. But this minister said to the Honorable Priest, say, you can look at it also from a person to person way of seeing our repatriation, which is what we see most of the time is manifesting now until that international repatriation with Starliner ships. We really want to say just international transport. But we used to the doctrine of 7 or 9 miles, but we want international transport. But beyond the transport is the reception in the countries and the provision. If you carry 50,000 people into any one of these African states now, you have to have place and how they are going to maintain themselves and be a part of the bigger family. So
where am I gonna live?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
while that is in process, because the AU have to come to that fullness and the progress of the African continent increasing so that they are able to do, it's like we're on the agenda, but today we're down for their self-development is necessary also to be part of that. The reparations from the oppressors and these are slow to come, but it must come. So as a Congress now, we're dealing with people to people. And this is what we have to look upon now from our perspective as brethren. We're there, so a couple Bobo Shanti in the United States. Now, economically, we need to pull together to be able to make development for those that have been landed already and those that are going. Because just landing man on the continent without any support system or something cause same chaos like what? There's a lack that needs to be filled. And this is where the cooperation of us as a international family and house needs to be attended to. That is why we say we want to gather and sit down and reason and plan out how we're going to maintain the bridging and system that is going over, and how we're going to integrate into the bigger African family. Because I hear Dr. Arikana, when she came to Jamaica, mentioned that we don't want to go there and separate ourselves from the body of the bigger African family. We want to fit in. Just every time we go home, we have to go work and we have to go to school, relearn the principles. So we're going up the Nile, going forward to ourselves that we were as the beginning. And we have access here to funds and to programs and mindset, educated people that can go and be a part of that. So we need to be reasoning on that level and that mindset of being a bigger family, of using the resources that we can gather here to extend and push forward the program where the father set. And that we can be seen by the liberty that we live in, that we come to enhance and uplift wherever we land, and not be a burden, and not burdening them justice system with people and argument in a fight and all of them things there, and disrupting their traditional principles with we have to look at ourselves. How can we invest? How can we get ourselves together and invest in the development of our brethren and sisters that going over? That's part of the repatriation, but also in the bigger family. I remember one time we went to Ghana and buy some land for the Congress. And when the chief, it happened that the chief where we get the land from, named Emmanuel to tall same way. And he was talking to the people them in the neighborhood that we got to buy the land. And I had to ask one that they travel with us to interpret what he was saying. And he was saying to the chief, say, these are our brothers that come, that they go away and coming home. And when these men come home, they will help us to build schools, they will help us to build clinics and all of these things. So that is the expectation of us going to Africa. Not to be one away in a corner and we just in ourselves and it's just a culture. When you go to Ghana, when they have a celebration beside up at the camp, the whole of the rest of them get together and celebrate together. There is no separateness. We have to take out that mindset that we separate and we are above and we are and be a part of the whole family, and be thinking that from this end to investigate what business and what investment we can make for our own self-development and for sustaining ourselves when we go on the land, and not expecting say we have something to come back from West. We want to build industry and we want man that is here go to school, get your professionalism, your professionals, that when you go up on the land, you are needed, and therefore you become a part of the community and show forward what we really stand for, you know? Can't talk forever, my lord. That's just my point at the moment still. Blessed.
Rastafari. Yes, yes, Honorable Priest, give thanks for the eye deliberation around the question still. I start off by saying that Prince Emmanuel is here to fulfill Marcus Garvey works. That is what the high say, right? Marcus Garvey bought ships. We're not buying a ship yet, and we reiterate and we chant about 7 or 9 or 21 miles of high water ship. We haven't bought any ships yet. Marcus Garvey also speak about self-reliance. Zine, we build broom as Bobo. Zine, we haven't expand and our building of broom. We haven't expanded to a next level. We're still at the same level where Prince Emmanuel created and give us it. We haven't expand on it, and that is part of our self-reliance, what Marcus Garvey speak about. See, which part the council is now in terms of what the I say with Marcus Garvey. See, because we're going home and we are expected to do a lot of things. Zane, there's a lot of ones that they are expressed in America right now who have been in the Congress for many years and haven't put one foot on the soil of Africa. And they are, living in America, I'm sure you probably are able to, make such move. Um, what is the council view on this whole repatriation thing now, Zane? I know I asked the question, it's like me I ask it again, but me kind of have to, cement the question down because I think one see repatriation as just something that Europeans is going to do for us. That is the narrative that Bobo Shanti have, that we are waiting upon the white man for bring us back to Africa because him take we out of Africa and him supposed to bring we. But um we are say boy, the thing is probably a little bit more than that now. As I was saying, people to people. We have to now make our move ourselves. We can't wait upon other people to do for us what we should be doing for ourselves, because that's where Marcus Garvey comes in again. Marcus Garvey buy ship because him say him want go Liberia and him want go these places. So what's our position? What is the council position? And making a realistic move, because it's not a joke thing, and I think people is joking when you're in the Congress for over how much numbers of years, but you don't consider going to Africa. You're waiting for the white man to do it for you. I don't understand.
My
Honorable
lord.
Priest Knuckles,
Yes, my lord.
Majesty.
Oh, question is from me. Yes, my lord.
I would love also to Honorable Priest Lamont to, because Honorable Priest Lamont never answer or react to the question, and I would have loved to heard his reaction after the Honorable Priest Majesty.
Yes, my lord. Blessed. Like I say, we are always looking for a financial arm, or to build a financial program that will help us with sustaining our development. Now, to be practical and an example, we have the bridging them in South Africa, and Honorable Priest Advar have taken up farming. And as the council, we have invested in that business because whoever got here will need to be maintained and need to self-support. We are this call that we're calling for unity is what we're talking about, to bring the people them that have the ability, that have the resources, to point them in the right direction. The mindset that we have to update that now, coming from way back when, to elaborate on projects that are tangible, realistic, like how the priest just talk about his visit to Uganda, making inroads in economic programs for our own development. Now the mindset of it just the Congress being just a church, and therefore as a church, then God going to fulfill all things. The Father say we are God, and we have to do these things. And the Father never sit down just a wait. While him knocking on the government to government doors, him pick up him delegation and the brethren from all the different places support the landing of brethren and elders that have gone on before. And this is what we are as Council of Elders, we are pushing forward. Get beyond just the rhetoric. You know, the churchical order is set to make us clean within ourselves and connect within the God within ourselves, to manifest the things that God wants to be done, not to wait on somebody to come and do it, not to wait on white men to come. I mean, the justice we must get in its eventual time. Marcus did know say it wouldn't be enough 5 year, 10 year. That's why him set programs and him say, if you don't see me at the time of redemption, that means say him know say him not gonna see it in his lifetime in another temple there. We have to be working the same way and develop the youth, the consciousness in the youth, their mind, to have careers and things that you can add to the program and not sit down and say, yeah, wait upon somebody for send you something and somebody will give you something. So like I said, for example, we invest in the things that to uplift and upgrade our people. Even the wellness care program that we initiate and still sustaining. We have to upgrade our thinking and upgrade our people's life and not wait and say whatever set in the Bible that it will come. We have to fulfill that. And this is the mindset that the council has and is pushing. We not sit down and wait. That's why some people worry about the authority and all of these things. When we come from foreign in the 70s, early 80s, there was a fear and a saying that the man a come to take over. Later, the man we sit down with the and she say, him give thanks for the development. Because this is what we are about as young races and come to the Father. And the Father embrace us with that mindset to develop and build the Congress as the government for the poor people. So we have to use all these programs. That's why we are here today, to draw in ones and clarify the misnomers that between us and bring us to that oneness of consciousness that we have a mighty work to do. If we know where God lives in our hand, we wouldn't stay away. You see it? And come to this reality that we can use a program and other things to make funds to develop economic things, businesses in the country that can maintain us. I don't know if we reach the level yet to buy a ship, but I hear the priest from Antigua, I think him is, Priest Kailash, the other day was investing in a he was investing in a boat as part of his personal development for us as a people. So other kind of mindset that we want now, rather than sit down and point out faults to each other and keep the separateness. We need to come to that wholeness of we being one, because one God in a way, so we want to manifest the oneness with the strength that we can gather together. My Lord, blessed. I hope that answer your question to some level, you know?
Rastafari,
chair.
give thanks, Honorable Priest.
To the
The
chair.
Honorable Priest Lamont could oh, beg your pardon, Honorable Priest Kindly, pardon me.
No, let Priest Lamont go through. You did say that before, my lad.
All right.
Thank you very
Honorable
kindly,
Lamont.
Honorable Prophet. You know, our outlook to go into Africa, I think is kind of put the cart before the horse situation. See, because we here in the Western world, we have been so oppressed and depressed and draggled, and the thought of going home to a better land and a better place and to a home, and you think of home, you think of it as a comfort zone, and so our idea of repatriation was going home to this milk and honey place, and we never realized that where we are taken from is also under siege and is under oppression and is in need of many things, as we are in need of many things. And in many ways, we would have been privy to some greater privileges than they are privy to, or in Africa. And so we thought about repatriation as a thing that we could just jump on a ship, and if it's one shirt on your back, and if you don't have nothing, you can go home, and everything is all right. Because we thought of it as a redemption, the streets of gold and milk and honey. The reality is, though, that Africa awaits its creator, and repatriation needs to be properly worked out with Africa, and with the knowledge that Africa is looking for I and I to come home, not just to walk on the streets of gold, but to create those streets of gold, to use our knowledge, and that is where us being enslaved is going to come forward now to be some kind of help to us, because we are going to be able now to use much of what we have garnered here in the Western world to help to advance Africa. And that is why the term Africa awaits its creator. It's not so much in the philosophical sense that we are so great and we are coming home with the word of God and to teach them themselves because they are infidels. And it's nothing like that. It's that we have to go home, we have to have delegations to do the proper logistic working out. And I always say from many reasonings in the past and many years ago that I think where we are falling short is that we don't have a Rastafari delegation moving through Africa, making our presence seen and known, and interfacing with African heads from a Rastafari secretariat point of view. Because I think we would have managed to create a greater effect upon them than most of the aristocratic
Rastafari.
interfacing that they are getting.
The Honorable Priest.
Yes. So,
give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont. Give thanks.
Initiated. Honorable Priest Lamont?
Yes, Honorable President. So
yes,
I think you were saying something.
Yes, I was saying that if we can look forward to see any delegation coming forward soon.
I am sure that with the proper support to the Council of Elders and they being able to do what they have set out to do and aim to do, we are hoping to see a delegation in place soon, because a delegation is going to be needed even for what we spoke about with the AU Economic and Social Council. So, of course, even for the old unification of the Congress, the reason we have not moved forward even much greater is that we don't have a delegation being on the ground to straighten out discrepancies. And you see, so this is something that is paramount in the forward movement, of the council.
Rastafari. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
My Lord, Majesty bless.
Majesty.
Give thanks. True reason and reasoning, we see is a difference between repatriation and international repatriation. One time we would say migration, but repatriation is moving from one place to the next place. And international repatriation is the mass of people, you know? So yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is the present. So we are where we are right now, moving forward, you know that way? So these are our sustainability, where we never used to really put in a priority, is what we speaking about now. That, you know, when we touch in the land, let us build a business place where we can have a revenue coming in, you know, and then we can build a church. But we want to be that sustainability and that reality checks, that when we go in over yonder home, we're going to build it. We are the milk and honey. Even the symbolical reason of walking on the streets of shiny gold. You can imagine walking on gold as how we think gold is. It will be very uncomfortable. You understand? So I would have see even walking on the streets of gold, if you ever see a poetry blossoming, I don't know what the island call it, but it have a yellow flower, and it coming when it signal rain time and come. And when that flowers fall on the streets, it's like gold. So even within them reality checks, because walking on the streets of gold is uncomfortable, my lad. And gold is not like how we see the gold after it refined. You know? So that's addressing everything from a realistic point of view. You know, we agitating the people to people, you know. I did coin a phrase that me say, our stay in the West here should be our resume to go home. Because when they see what we are doing as a collective in these little pieces of land where we have, well then, when you wanna come home and on free, you can imagine, you know? So we have to grow. We have to expand, you know? We have to bring out our creativity in ourselves, the God in flesh. Small minds talk about people. Medium minds talk about facts. Great minds talk about ideas. God in flesh, a man, a woman. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
Rastafari. Honorable Empress, Trisha.
My Lord.
Rastafari. Do you want to go ahead with the next question, please?
Majesty. And give thanks to all the panel. Go ahead, Honorable Priest.
Could I just ask something? Something I need to get some clarification on. Where we talked about those 20 delegates that are being sought, how do we, I would love to hear something on how those delegates are going to be put in place, and how could we, what is our position, our role, how could we, what's our action in gathering these people? And I praise Rastafari, because we talked about them seeking these 20 representatives and so forth. Is it something that I would have to do to create that, or give me a little more clarity? And
yes,
what
give
can
thanks. Give thanks. As we know, it's a AU initiative coming through the ECOSOC branch, and they have made a request that the diaspora organize itself and have representatives available to interface with them as they pursue their development. Now, the 20 delegates, as I was saying earlier, there have been some ones who have taken up the role of coordinating the election for the 20 delegates. it's these 9 regions make up the diaspora, according to what I am hearing from the AU and the ones that are organizing the process. And these 9 regions are supposed to hold election 2 members, 2 official members with 2 co-members. So in reality, 4 members from each region to be seated on the ECOSOC Council. It's an election process. I guess there's a nomination process as well. I'm observing the North American process right now, and it's a bit convoluted to me. It's not yet fully clear on the full method that is being used, to identify these delegates, because they're not taking from active civil societies or NGOs. I guess it is more like known people or people that are active within certain regions that are known, that are being nominated or selected at this point. So that is one of the areas where I was saying now we need to make our voices heard, especially within the Caribbean. The Caribbean region has its own coordinators and supposed to have its own election of delegates. I don't really see a wide publication of information going out. So I don't know how much of the activists within the Caribbean. Well, I figure most ones that keep them finger on the pulse of things kind of have an idea of what's going on. But I don't know how much of the grassroots organizations are privy to the information. See? But the process, as they are asked, is for 4 representatives, 2 main ones and 2 backup then, if you want to call it, to be elected from each region to make up the 20 that will sit at the table. So I don't know if that gives you a little more idea. Now, the reality of it is that AU has not drafted the protocols yet, no. They have drafted a template, but it has not been ratified. The last communication I saw, it has been submitted to the AU for ratification, but it has not been ratified yet and distributed among ones and ones, so we can have a hard copy of what the protocols are. What are the rules of engagement with between the diaspora and the AU, and so forth and so on. They say it's a working process. So really and truly, the elections that are taking place right now are preemptive, because there was also a cease and desist letter that was sent out from the AU to the North American coordinators to say that they need to wait on the AU process to be fulfilled first, and then they can go ahead, because I don't know what AU is going to require and how they're going to state the rules of engagement. Like I said, these elections that are taking place right now are more a preemptive preparation for the eventuality, more than a mandate from the AU.
Thank you very much.
Yes, give thanks, Honorable Priest, for that. I'd like to just remind the family of what has been discussed thus far as it pertains to who is the Council of Elders, a group of senior members who have taken up the responsibility to address serious matters to initiate progress in the Congress. That the Woman Freedom Liberation League is a legal part of the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders foster unity, builds and They foster unity and is also involved in programs like a healthcare program where we assist elders in need who are sick and even transitional services. They are the custodian. They see themselves as the custodians, as they are the senior members who have sat with King Emmanuel and knows the directive or the direction of the Congress. We've also spoken on the Constitution and identified that it is a living document, that it is in its essence lacking certain things like the bylaws, articles, the function and the term of the parliament, the function and the term of committees, the function and the term of the Women Freedom and Liberation League, the transfer of power of leadership. We've also spoken on the isolation of the Congress with other groups, and that Honorable Priest Lamont is an intricate part of the RMO, which is an overall group or organization that does not interfere with how the Congress actually is worked or run. We've spoken on restorative justice with reparations for all Africans, the opportunity to be at the table and making the position of the Congress known, freedom, redemption, repatriation, that we are the survivors of the transatlantic slave trade. It is important that the Constitution be updated so that the Congress can be at the table when necessary for repatriation, etc. Also, we are here now, basically just about done. What message or information does the Council of Elders want to leave with the wider Bobashanti family and the general listenership of this program? What
Empress,
message?
just an intersection before you go to that last final question. Prophet Jeff was saying that there were communication going on in the chat room. Prophet Jeff, did you draw any questions from the chat room?
Yes, there's still honorable, honorable Empress. Wait there. The I take the lead by one for close off the program so early, man. What you do? You know, so I ask the priest them my personal question them yet.
I know. What I was actually just doing is bringing a reminder also to ones of what was discussed thus far, in case they, ones may have come in late.
Natural. Give thanks. The council itself, is it? I know the item probably have said this still, Zane, but let me not ask this question. Let me ask something from someone in the chat room. Since the council is working along with the RMO, the World Federation, let me get my thoughts properly. The federation that His Majesty sent, the EWF, the Ethiopia World Federation, right? Why is it that we haven't looked into even becoming some form of liaison with the EWF, knowing that it was sent by the king himself with a legitimate constitution? Why is it that is the council looking to approach the EWF in any form of way?
If no one, I will
Yes.
jump in.
Could you please address it?
Yes, my lord. The EWF, contrary to what we see today was set up for continental diasporans, if one
Yeah, all
understand
black
what that.
people.
No, here it go now. Let me clarify. The EAU has put out a definition of what the diaspora is. Now, originally, when we started to hear of diaspora, and this has been attested by intellects as well, so it's not just the grassroots had this understanding, even the intellects among I and I had this understanding as well, that the diaspora represented I and I who are marooned outside of the continent, who are survivors of the transatlantic slave trade, scattered abroad. Now, the AU has, let me say, redefined that understanding or that definition. And now there are two categories of diaspora. One is called the continental diasporan, and one is called the historical diasporan. Now, the continental diasporan is anyone born in a nation state of Africa. For example, you're born in Ghana, you might be living in Togo now, or you might be living in France, or you might be living in Jamaica. You are considered a continental diasporan. A historical diasporan is I and I of the sixth region who is round here in the West, in the Caribbean and the Americas and such. The continental diasporan is who the EWF was set up originally to represent. Now, over the years, that has been amended, just like how we say the Constitution is created with that scope to be amended. They amended their Constitution. If you look, as a matter of fact, Priest Adigan, who was a member of them in early times, can even speak more to this. They have amended their Constitution more than once to encompass their development. Now, over the years, Rastafari has kind of taken over the EWF. We have had several sitting chairpersons or presidents, whatever the title is for the leadership, that have been Rastafari. Sister Emma is one of the last ones that I know, who is Bobo Empress as such. She was the president at some point. Now, the EWF, just like the UNIA, has done its service in that sense. The EWF of today is not the EWF of yesteryear. The ones that are organizing the EWF, as a matter of fact, the EWF have been in the courts several times to deal with their power struggle. Seeing from the days of President Pennycook and others. So the EWF is a vehicle like I and I who is trying to get its act together as well. See, so we find that like the UNIA, like the 12 tribes of Israel, like all of the existing, long-term existing groups, we have had our heyday and we have presently our problems that we have to mitigate. So at this point, to align with the EWF won't, and I am not saying this as a absolute, but as the perception is right now, aligning with them won't advance us in any way unless we are in Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, among the government, the EWF there in Ethiopia is different from the EWF international, is what I've come to understand through Mama Desta, and she linked I and I with Rastegasa and another brethren who is the current chairperson for them. The EWF in Ethiopia is currently interfacing with the government and accepted and respected by the government, but it is not affiliated, and they make that clear when they deal with their representation, that they are not affiliated with the international EWF. the international EWF has become more like a Rastafari organization, still doing what it does in the way that it does it, but it is not fulfilling the role that I and I would want it to fulfill for I and I interfacing to be beneficial. See? So at this time, it's a unity call for all across the board for all of these entities, whether it be the EWF, the UNI, the E.A.B.I.C, the 12 Tribe of Israel, to find a unity amongst ourselves, to sit around a table and respect each entity and find a way to forge a working unity together to achieve the initiative of restorative justice. And that's the best way I can put it forward, because I'm not trying to undermine or to be disrespectful to any group, because we all are trying the best that we can to do the best that we can. But we still have to face the reality of where a group is and how much potential it has to serve the cause that we are on. Blessed love.
Rastafari. Yes, honorable priest, give thanks for that there. So the council now is the council just set up as just priests, man around the thing, or is there woman as well? I know there's Empress Trisha here, but how does the council incorporate the Woman Freedom Liberation League into the whole settings?
Honorable Prophet, we also have here with our Queen Mother, Mama Miriam, who is a part of the council and who is one of the mothers of the WFLL. And if you listen to, you would have heard that in the Constitution, the Women's Freedom Liberation League is a part of the Congress, and it is always recognized in whatever we do, and is vitally respected. And the Council of Elders is blessed with the presence of empresses from the WFLL. I leave the floor for other panelists to address the situation, the question.
Well, as part,
Rastafari.
as part of the WFLL representation on the council, there is more than one ancient empress on the council. Apart from the junior elder empresses that are coming in and so forth, there is also our Mama Lily, who has been a voice among I and I, the elder council. And even earlier today, she texts me and says she's looking forward to hear the conversation that we are having now, when she gets a chance. There is also Mama Sonia, so there are different elder empresses that are a part of the council. The WFLL is definitely a very important part of the Council of Elders, because they represent the female aspect of our development. And as you know, our father always stressed the fact that it's a man and woman kingdom. So in reconstructing ourselves, in trying to put a process to seat a parliament and to seat a committee, we need the voice of the empresses, because they bring a balance. Where male testosterone tend to compete, the mothers tend to be more balanced in how they represent. So they are a vital part of any reconstruction of the Congress. Blessed.
Rastafari, give thanks, my Lord. Yes, I.
Through the chair.
Majesty.
Yes, my lord. Just to make an interjection on that subject. The Woman Freedom Liberation League is an integral part of the Council of Elders. And this is a place where all the empresses come free, can discuss their concerns, their contribution to our forward development, and part of the healing as mothers of all of us. You know, after the transition of our fathers, it's not discussed, but when you lose an important figure in your family, there is a vibe that go through that you know, and the empresses are a part of that healing process for us as a family, you know, to help us to balance the energy. And yes, they are very important in our reasoning, and they are given a freedom of expression wherein on many other platforms they're just seen as secretaries and helpers, while on the Elder Council platform they are equal in freedom of expression and to voice their concerns and our development, you know. My Lord, blessed.
Majesty. Rastafari, give thanks. And I don't know if Honorable Empress have any other question, but before so is there any concern at all about the lack of Bobo Shanti youths coming up?
Well, that's a vital question, my brethren. That's a very vital question, you know? Yeah. Royal priest.
There is a great concern. As a matter of fact, it's something that I and I, as elders and the Bobo Shanti brethren, have come now to realize that even among I and I said, I asked the question, even our own children. And that's why the liberty needs the kind of reconstruction that we are aiming to do. Because even our own children are finding it lackluster and are not really being any present part of it. You see what I'm saying? So that, of course, is a big concern and a big threat to our existence, you know, and then continuance. So it is.
And I will jump
And
and I will jump in there and add to that it is not just Bobo. It's within the Rastafari movement in general. The movement is not attracting the Rastafari orthodox form of liberty as in the past. You will see a lot of ones carrying the locks and maybe even the beard. But their allegiance is not towards the mission of the ancient Rastafari, who their thing was strictly a back to Africa movement. So, and that is a concern because if you look at most of the three main groups that exist today, the Bobo Ashanti, the 12 tribes of Israel, and the theocracy, the House of Theocracy, we are all showing a decline in youth presence. That means our process of ascendancy is in jeopardy. Because like the honorable priest said a while ago, even our children that were groaning this, that attended the service throughout their adolescence up into their teens, when they go beyond their teens, they no longer see the allegiance to the liberty because we have not been able to develop as we should so they can have an area within the trad where they can now come and express themselves express the skills that, because most of us have been able to send our children to get higher education, but we have no projects or programs within the mansion that affords them the chance to come and use those skill sets. So that 10 part that is established among the African levity to say that you should give back a 10 part of your earnings to the village, to the church, to the organization. The younger generation, they are unable to, or they don't see the reality of it. So that is a problem, and it's a major problem of concern. And that's why that is one of the initiatives of the Council of Elders, to try and create now an atmosphere that is attractive to the younger generation, where in which they can come and express themselves and they can use their skill sets to help advance our initiative and our mission. Blessed Lord.
And to the chair. And we know that we're in a technological age also, and the youngsters are really into technology. They're into sports, they're into music, they're into dance, becoming doctors, becoming nurses, etc., etc. And if we don't allow them the opportunity to be a part or among these things, because we have traditional practices amongst ourselves, they will definitely not, deter away from it and move toward what they want to do. So we have to get with the times. We have to get to, we're living in this 21st technological century where things are happening, and they're happening pretty fast, and our children are part of it. And we have to make certain that, we afford them the opportunities like every other person is afforded, so that they can be as productive as they want to be in their lives and move forward. Give thanks.
Yes, I love.
Rastafari.
First, I would love to add to that response to that question. I see, even within the 1960s, there was an outburst of consciousness where the youth of that time, gravitated towards Rastafari and the movement in general. And then it happened again in the 90s, One could testify to even the music era, changing a bit with, Sizzla Kalonji and all of that era in the 90s where there was a more, conscious outburst amongst the youths, And even today now, really seeing that, Rastafari itself have been commercialized to the point where locks itself don't even have no meaning amongst the youths. Some of them basically just grow their hair for a style, basically. So the way that we have to reach these youths now is through these same social media. And we have to make it more palatable for them also. Programs like these there. And things that, that we can do to even attract the youths. Like, for instance, I think Priest Isaac has a thing that he run every year where youths can have an essay competition or what's not. So, stuff like these is what we need to do as an organization so that we could pull more of not our own youths, but the youths them, that are, in the diaspora, in the world generally, That's it on my Lord and Empress.
Rastafari. Yes, Honorable Empress Trisha.
Yes, Majesty. I like to, as it pertains to economics, and we know economics is one of our biggest and hardest things to come by, figuring out ways that we can build economics so that we can have the programs that we want, so that we can house and feed and clothe our communities and our elders and our youths and so forth. I think that, how do we or how do the Elders Council of Elders see economics, how to toward moving forward, not only to repatriate, but even just being here on the ground where we are? How can we build economics?
Part of I jump in right there. Part of the problem, we have a lot of taboos among I and the thing that we need to factor into some of these old rhetoric is that they came about in a certain time period when it was necessary to be that way, to be an isolationist, to be very skeptic about certain things, to not approach certain institutions, to interface with them and to work with them on any level. Because during those time periods, it was either totally colonized, run by the colonial master, or it was not conducive because of our condition. But a lot of things have changed. As simple as it may look, the 30 years that our father has not been with us is like almost a century or more of change has taken place, because through technology, change happens much faster. Development and science speed up things. Like the man, we have a saying in our culture, just shorten the days for the elect's sake. Well, we're seeing that reality because things is moving very rapid. So because of that now, and the taboos that we still foster, it is holding us forward. And that is part of our struggle. Just like, come back to the reality of the conversation, one saying that we cannot amend the Constitution cannot be amended because they are looking at it as a sacred document. While our father was a practical man, he gave names according to the function that he was looking for. He did not say it was a whatever. He used the name of a Congress. A Congress depicts the function that we are going to do. Just like the word parliament depicts the function, the compartmentalizing of different institutions within the organization. Minister of Housing, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Culture, Minister of Health, whatever. Our father used words to represent the function that he was seeking. And he gave us a constitution. The meaning of a constitution is guidelines. It's a set of guidelines that guides a government, an association, a corporation. Now, in whether it is a government, a corporation, or an association, evolution is the only constant. And as things evolve, grow, change, your constitution has to reflect that. So part of our thing now is to accept the fact that we need to amend the constitution. Just like how certain of the taboos like can pursue a grant. Grants are given not by just government. Grants are given by philanthropic organizations and philanthropic people themselves. Now, a grant like the United Nations, a branch of the United Nations that is championing the preservation of indigenous cultures. In the past 20 years or so, have offered grants to indigenous groups. One such group within Rastafari that got a grant is the indigenous village in Montego Bay run by Ras First Man. Ras First Man, when he got that grant, he came to the Rastafari family, I was there. Empress Marina was in town too, and she attended that meeting. It was held at the university. At the time, they had a Rasta Studies unit, and it was held there. And Ras First Man explained to the family that these grants are being given. But the skepticism of groups like I, we have not pursued things like that because we are looking now that well, it will affect reparations when the time comes. Now, again, that is where we need information to dispel misnomers. A grant is a grant. Look up what the word grant means and you will see a grant is not a loan. It is not a payment for anything or a redress for anything. It is a grant to assist the development. So the UN, in giving that grant, was assisting the indigenous cultures to better themselves because the UN realized that indigenous cultures are on the endangered list. So in preserving those indigenous cultures on which the world is built, because the world is built on the shoulders of indigenous cultures. And I'm saying all that to say that there are grants out there that we can pursue to get a seed fund, a startup fund to pursue other ventures, other investments, if we don't have it among ourselves. If at this time the economic crunch is where ones can barely afford their everyday responsibilities, there are other avenues in which we can look to achieving funds, collective investment. Empress, the Royal Empress Attorney, Empress Marina Blake, some time ago when we had the church in Miami fully functioning, she came and she drafted a economic plan which she presented to I, and it was a simple plan. Plans like those that we have never really approached on any real level are plans that can work. So we just need to sit down and brainstorm with some of the experts in that field of investment and money management and see how we can generate some of that funds, or we can get some of that funds that is floating around out there that others are achieving and are advancing their mission with it. Give thanks.
Give thanks for the response, Honorable Priest. Taboo seems to be one of the biggest and hardest words to deal with in the Congress. Honorable Priest Aimsley, anything to add? Priest Lamont?
Majesty bless. It's all in the growth, We are growing. 30 years ago, we wouldn't speak like this. So it's a growth where new initiatives to achieve same things what I've been trying to achieve from them times, So we have to be having that discerning heart, because God is in all flesh. So we have to have that discerning heart to recognize when opportunities come our way. So I give thanks for the discerning hearts of the man there and Empress. Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love, my Lord. I give thanks for the panel, the Council of Elders, a group of members who all have different skill sets that can come to the table and bring what they have, in the upliftment and the moving forward of the Congress. Honorable Ijasa?
Quickly, sorry, before you bring in Prophet Jeff, I would just want to say one quick thing as it applies to the year 2025, year of reparation. It's a key moment in our historical development because never before have any entity acknowledged or put forward such an initiative. So it is a very vital time for us to be involved in this discussion because reparations is another means of gaining certain amount of funding to facilitate the repatriation plan as discussed earlier by Priest Knuckles and others. Priest Nappy, who is championing the continental outreach program Seeing reparations is another way, and it is not a handout. It's something that is a right, because other nations, other ethnicities who have gone through much less than I and I, the African, as they have gotten compensation for their pain and suffering and loss. So we are due that right as well. So in this year that's coming up, the year of reparation, should be a year that our voices are echoing from every corner where Rastafari and the Pan African family find ourselves. We should be shouting in oneness as when we went round the walls according to the prophecy. Seeing so we can bring down and shake down the corrupt system that holds us in poverty, my Lord and Empress. Bless.
Rastafari. Yes, Honorable Priest, give thanks. Yes, Honorable Empress Trisha, is there any more question there I have line up? I will come into a close.
You tell me.
Through the chair.
Majesty
Through the
bless.
chair, Honorable
Precept.
Priest.
Oh, blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Yeah, so I just want to say, give thanks for the moment for accommodating the Council of Elders, to the platform. At a moment where we can bring clarity, on what the Council of Elders is really about, And over the years, I've seen a whole lot of committees form, but I have never seen an ethics committee form. So with earlier it was declared that the Council of Elders is an ethical oversight committee. So I would like to have a moment to even read the functions of an ethics committee and what an ethics committee really is. And
Very time.
yes, my Lord. And this information is not coming from what we put together. This is just plain Google information. You can Google this up yourself and read the same thing, So this is the standard functions of an ethics committee inside and outside of Baba Shanti. An ethics committee is a group of people who ensures that an organization or research project follows ethical standards and protects human rights. So that is the definition there, right? And there's a subtitle, Organization Ethics. An ethics committee ensures that an organization's ethical standards are clear, documented, and followed. They review and provide guidance on policies, conduct, and ethical issues. All right? So I relate that to everything what we were speaking about, with revising the Constitution and our documents, because it says that the ethics committee makes sure that these things are clear, documented, and followed. So if it is not clear, we are here to bring clarity, on all our policies and principles and make it clear. And there's a next subtitle, Research Ethics. An ethics committee reviews and approves research proposals involving human participations. They ensure that the rights, safety, and well-being of research participants are protected. They also ensure that the research is conducted ethically by the investigation, right? So we see that, the ethics committee does a whole lot of reviews, and, embracing human rights, protect all human rights, everyone who bring proposals and initiatives, we look into it deeply and protect everyone's proposal and safety and rights, And the last subtitle is Research Ethics Principles. Ethics committee operate based on principles such as the first principle is autonomy, right? Which is the ability to make your own decisions. To make your own decisions and not being controlled by someone else, right? And the second one is justice. You know, we always push just behavior and just treatment towards each other, you know, and to the wider family. And the third one is beneficence, which is the act of charity, mercy, and kindness. Right? The fourth one, non-maleficence, the ethical principle of not causing harm. Right? So this we also keep as we, you know, perform our functions and make sure that when we see that going on through the Congress, this is why we attack topics like abuse, all types of abuse. You know, these is the unethical ways that we try to stamp out and eradicate. And the fourth one is confidentiality. Right, so when we're dealing with these personal matters, it takes confidentiality same way. You know, that is a responsible way of dealing with information, you know, personal sentimental information, you know. And the sixth one is honesty. It's just natural, you know. Our ethics committee, truthfulness. Yeah, that is a basic part of being ethical, you know. So it was 6 parts, you know, and I would add the 7th part is love, you know, because I come to foster that love and unity, you know, within the Congress. You see it, everyone to that divine creation love, you know, as our Father intended it, you know. So yes, my Lord and Empress, I just wanted to share that so that we get a clear understanding of an ethics committee, which the Council of Elders rightfully stand as, you know. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
My Lord.
Yes, my Lord.
Icing on the cake. Come on, give thanks for the icing on the cake, Byron. Well said.
Yeah. My Lord.
To the chair. I was just
Rastafari.
blessed, man. I was just about to ask if Honorable Empress Miriam or Empress Sister Lily is on the platform. We could have hear them voice for a peer man talk me here all night to hear the Empresses them and how them feel within the Council of Elders if them see we moving within the right way and you know how are they treated coming forward to the Council of Elders reason and stuff like that. You know, I want to hear a mother them voice. My Lord.
Yes, honorable family. This is Empress Miriam speaking, Queen Mother, elder of the Congress since 1979. Until this blessed moment, I give thanks. Sunday coming is my 70 years of anniversary on this earth, and I am with the Congress since I was 23. So you can do the maths and know how much years and decade I serve. Honorable family, I do give thanks for this great program, happening here tonight. I'm giving thanks for all what's said and done. I'm not going to say much because to tell you the truth, the royal priest said it all. I give thanks. I give thanks to the Honorable Prophet Elijah Star, who really invited the councils of elders to really come for this powerful interview. Long time we needed an interview like this for the councils of elders. That ones on ones who have bad taste in their mouth towards this council, this elder council, can have a different outlook on what the council stands for. The council is here to represent the father. Because remember, the father, Honorable King Emmanuel, was an elder. And all of us who are here speaking tonight was seated at Jah feet, taking counsel, right? So we are here, continue on Jah work, even though Jah is not present in himself of self, but Jah is present in all of us that is on this platform. And he is speaking through all of us here tonight to continue on his work that he has left to manifest. I give thanks. And remember, the elders are very, very important, right? We say we are African descendant. And if we are African descendant, you should know in every part in Africa, there are elders. In the whole of Africa, all the continent, all the state in Africa, there are elders there. And when the elders talk, it is a commandment. In any district, Priest Adigan, he stated, and I glorify what he said about the elders in their respective community that they serve. Not even the king can go against the elders. He cannot get up and do anything. You have to ask the elders for their advice, what they say about any proposal that he has to put on the table. The elders have to give him an okay. And if they don't like the proposal, you say, no, king, with due respect, such and such. So we are powerful people. The elders of the land are powerful people. And I give thanks to these councils of elders and the work that the councils of elders has done since it is formed 1 year and had now. We do powerful work. We are here to stand up and to strengthen the elders, them who leave their home and family from there are young people come to the Congress and now they get whole. They didn't, they come to the God of love. Right? So now the elder council is there to take care of them when they need help, sick, and when they are trans. We are here to put them to rest. And not only that alone, we are here for much more. Yeah? So I give thanks to the councils of elders and to the listeners who have tuned in tonight to listen to this powerful interview that all the priests them that are present said about every topic that they discuss. I hope and pray that you all get an understanding, right, about all what was said and done. And if is there anything else that you need to know, please, I'm inviting you all every Sunday at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, our meeting begin, right, and the elder council meeting. Just come on in. Right? We are here to answer all of your questions. We, as Priest Ambly said, the least question, any question where, ask something like that. I don't remember his phrase, but he said something like that, right? Ask any question about the councils of elders, right? We are here to answer you, to give you clarity and, and justice, because our Father stands for what? Equal rights and justice for everyone. So I really give thanks tonight for this. Even though sometimes I'm in and out, the internet give me a hard time, but God bless me. I hear a good portion of what was said. And I am happy and I feel pleased that I am a member of this council of elders. Because if it wasn't positive, if it was going somewhere, then I would never waste my time. So I give God thanks. I give thanks for my Women's Freedom Liberation League that are formed in 1980, 23rd of March, to give I, the Black woman, a voice to speak. I give thanks for all the works, that we have been doing. Give thanks, Sister Tricia. You are good this time. Oh, you are so good asking the question. I feel pleased. I give God thanks for all of you all. May God continue to bless this council. Bless all the members in the council and give us more strength and power to continue the glorious work of King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Most High. Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
Right. My Lord and Empress, blessed love and blessing.
Blessed love, Mama.
Honorable Empress Macy, what I say, the silliest question is the one you don't ask.
True.
Loyalty. Empress
Yes,
Trisha, before you go into the final question, as we are, on an international platform and we will be heard by our family far and wide, I want to shout out to one of our mothers, not mine. I know it is not mine alone, even though I would have want to claim her alone, but one of our mothers that has made the person to person move and is residing in Ethiopia right now, Mama Lily. Yeah, I hope when you hear this, to give you a joy and a vibe. Honorable Priest Barrister Babu, yeah man, great achievement and accomplishment. Honorable Priest Banik, Honorable Priest Turks, Honorable Priest Irel, and all the bridging them in Ghana. Yeah man, the family from this side send enough love. And the ambassador, Priest Advar, yeah man, enough blessing.
Rastafari.
Thanks, give thanks.
Yes, Honorable Empress.
Yes, Honorable Prophet, I do give thanks for the eye for allowing me to be your co-host tonight. And I
Yes.
do, as part of my saying too, I do give thanks to this Council of Elders. Sometimes in our life, we wonder how we get where we are. And many times it's because we're ordained to be where, in spaces. And I do give thanks for being in these spaces, especially learning under the tutelage of the elders, under the tutelage of Mama Maisie. I call her Queen Mother Miriam, a woman, to be a part of the Woman Freedom Liberation League, to be a part of the junior elders, to be a part of the executive team, to be here doing what I do best, quote unquote, as the royal tech, as Priest Ainsley would say. But everything that I do is because of what this team of elders does. They say, in meetings, they say words, we put words together, we produce a PowerPoint with just one word, an entire PowerPoint. We've touched on many, many topics. We started with unity, we've spoken about changing the mindset, we've spoken about taboos, we've spoken about many, many, many things that we have brought to the family. And, I do give thanks for all the knowledge gained and the knowledge that we are sharing and receiving, because many ones do come on and ask those questions and those hard questions, just like yourself, Honorable Prophet, the questions that you asked specifically about the Congress and the president and our chairman, etc., and that is what brought us here. And, knowing that once see us as a splintered group. And that's the one thing that I wanted the priest to touch on, because he said something very interesting, Priest Rasavana, about a splintered group being a group that goes outside of the context of the group that they are in. But this elders council is still within the Congress. So there's no way that they can be considered a splintered group. But they are working hard. I'm telling you, many, 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 many hours up, trying to figure out, trying to make changes, trying to uplift. And, we must not be afraid of words change, taboos, And I do give thanks for each and every person on here. Give thanks, Honorable Ijastar, Prophet, for having us here.
Truly an honor, Honorable Empress.
Royalty.
Yeah, truly an honor. Yeah, man, and it's my pleasure to have the eye as a co-host. Truly, full joy, the experience. Yes, as when the Honorable Priest was suggesting it and I confirm it, he said, boy, this is going to be a monumental program later on. And his word is truly, manifesting or, take unto itself flesh. So, it's an honor and a pleasure to have the as a co-host. And, also having our elders here. I'm someone who I'm all about my elders. You don't see me too much around my young brothers and sisters so much. You will see me mostly around my elders. So, to have so much elders around I and I tonight, oh my, it's an honor, and one of the greatest honor of all is to have Empress Mama Maisie on the program, because I remember as a young Bobo Shanti growing up, and we was watching the documentary of the camp, and Empress Mama Maisie was one of those two empress, if I'm not mistaken, was speaking on that recording, I think in the 80s, when JBC or one of those institution went to the camp to do some documentary. And Empress Maisie was so outspoken, and from watching that program, I admire her, the way she was outspoken as a Rastafari empress, because there was always this stigma about Rastafari empress, that they are uneducated and so on, and they're pushed at the back bench or at the back. And when I hear Empress Mama Maisie spoke as a young Rastafari empress at the time, I was empowered as a young man. So, it's a great honor to have Empress Mama Maisie as an elder today, on the platform. So, Mama Maisie,
Give
manners and
thanks to
respect,
Lord.
and bless up there yourself.
Heart of love and blessing, my Lord. Give thanks, Honorable.
And to add to I'm sorry. And to add to what you're saying, Honorable, this Congress has many, many intelligent empresses within it. And the voices should never be stifled. Many attorneys, nurses, seamstress, every walk of life, this Congress has it. We have Empress Marina, we have Mama Esther, we have Mama Harriet. We have so many empresses that we, the younger ones, walk on their shoulders, and we do give thanks for all that they have done, to pave the way for I and I to be able to be here speaking today.
Through the chair, my Lord Empress, give thanks once more again, for this moment. Give thanks to the platform set, give thanks to the brethren that set the platform, because we know wider ears, who want one for hear, can hear for themselves, and form their own opinion, instead of not listening, talking and communing to get an understanding. Some like them lean up on them own understanding, you know what I mean? So we give thanks. We're not just sitting down here and twiddling thumb and look up in the air. From the time that we come to Miami here in the early 80s, the first thing I do is start a business. I never start no church because I know the church couldn't support I. Start business, and after I start business and other brethren start coming now, then that's when we kind of set a church. But we always had that business running from 1987. Fully legal business, one of the few roots business that is legal in North America. Actually, the first established roots business in North America. I and Bobo Shanti family, Mount Eman Roots Drink. You know what I mean? And we go far and wide. And from our conception, is out of the business that I help do whatever funding we need to do for the Congress or whatever. You know what I mean? And so we not, we sit down and we come and we farm the church. We register the church here from 2009. We get to 501c3 status, and because we are not the kind that take money from people. So, but in due time, we are hoping that we can find like a good grant writer. We can within the status because we are here, we have business, we pay taxes, we deserve all the rights other church, should get. And we are hoping that, as we say, we set the platform that, maybe a good grant writer can come and we get some good grants, where we can do the work and take care of ourselves, our people, My Lord,
Truly.
and my give thanks,
True honorable priest, give thanks, my
So,
lord.
yeah, man. The
Yes,
Royal
honorable
Empress.
Empress.
Yes. So, I guess my last question would be what, I'm sorry, I'm pretty. What message or information would the council want to leave with the wider Bobo Shanti family and or the listening audience? Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Yes, I was just about to say, well, let us defer to the elder on the platform, the eldest elder, and I will priest knuckles.
You know what I was calling you.
We give thanks for the night of reasoning and the freedom to bring clarity to who is the Council of Elders, who we are, what we are doing, what we plan, what we're trying to do to accomplish. Unity is our desired goal, bringing the house to a oneness and progress to move forward in practical ways and not just in talk, We have done many programs that we are trying to educate our loved ones to a greater understanding, a greater liberty amongst ourselves, and to change the mindset from competition to cooperation amongst ourselves for our own development, spiritual and temporal. God say, there's a greater world in us than the world that we see. And we're directing the young minds to take that scope and that mindset, of the greater world of consciousness and practicality in fulfilling in their lives. Because nobody no want to suffer. The kids, you talk about the kids earlier. The kids, they move away because they don't want to go through their life suffering as though we have suffered and struggled. So economic improvement, we have to teach the youth them, to become professionals while still maintaining a spiritual lifestyle, that balance. Many of us as elders have come through only through the grace of God, because we're on balance. We're applying to godliness without the practical side and financial development for our progress. And we need that mindset to change, upwardness in economics, in education. And we invite ones to come and listen to programs that we have done, where we are pushing that. Who going to school, who need to go to school, who we can help to finish their schooling because it's necessary on the continent. Certain skill set and mindset and development, And we want to push that in the young races them as part of their development, So those are my few words for tonight, my Lord and Empress. We just give thanks for the honor and glory of being a part of this foundation, a part of the council, being a priest of the order. Best way to walk, best set of people them to live amongst, children of God. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Bless the love, my Lord. Honorable Priest Ainsley, our chairman of the Council of Elders.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. I want to glorify all that have been said. You know, they say when an elder dies, the village loses a library. So the collectivity of I and I as eldership is over 200 years. Collectively, all of us put together, you know, so that's a vast amount of experience. You know, experience is always the best schoolmaster. So that means to say we have a collectivity here of ones who went through all kind of ups and downs, you know. So such a company of angels is, you know, even if you don't want to agree, come and listen to them. And if you don't agree, make them know what you don't agree upon. And we can reason it out. Because action is always judged by its intention. And our intention is a unified Congress, internationally. Because I thought was the one who just make the Congress international. Because when I come in 1981, it was just operating in Jamaica. And I asked that, I say, my lord, what you want me to tell the brethren and them to do? Get a passport and come to Jamaica. We don't even have food for tomorrow, you know, because poor and have not. And just say, no, my lord, what you see here, you tell them there, and we meet on the golden shores of Africa. So Trinidad was the place what make the word international a reality. So Jah love us all, you know? So even if we agree, even if we don't agree, and we are appealing to the wider community, even if we don't agree, beloved brethren and sisters, we are not the enemies, you know? Our intention is judged by our action is judged by the intention. So we always have that stretched out arm for each and every one. We are not opposition. We are the glue that's gonna glue us together in one black heart of unity. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Honorable Prophet Jeffries, enough respect to the man. Guy, you put me on the spot. Be careful when you ask for, you just might get it. And we ask me, I fish rather, and say, my Lord, you know, you have a platform, and the idea is big. But all right, when you're ready, Christmas Day. You know what I'm saying? So careful when you ask for. So I pray that it was satisfactory to the eye, and even in the eye, you know, have a better understanding of us and what bring us together. You know, my Lord, I think we're on the same page, are we? Even the eye. Because I see the eye is a man who see progress. You know, the eye is one of the man them who look at the eye. Bobo Shanti will have international platform, worldwide, international. Enough respect, Honorable Prophet, my Lord. Enough respect. Hold it up. Blessed heart of love, my Lord and Empress.
5-star general or the 7-star general still on the platform.
Blessed priest.
The general still on the platform.
5-star general.
Yeah, he's there. But he might.
Give him the freedom now. Give him the freedom to tie up things now. As I didn't hear him voice much throughout the process.
Priest Earl, Honorable Priest Earl. He might be in another around the rainbow trail right about now. Honorable Priest Lamont, co-chairman of the Council of Elders. Unmute your mic. Rainbow throne.
Rastafari.
Honorable Priest 7.
Oh, blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Closing remarks.
Closing remarks.
Yes,
1 minute.
Yes. Well, I give thanks, you know, for all said and done, all understanding and all greater understanding. As I hear one of the priests and them say what we're speaking about now, we wasn't speaking about 30 years ago. And that is so very true, you know? So, Council of Elders, you know, just to add to the function, we give thanks for that mind state of advancement, that mind to bring innovation. Innovation is original and new at the same time. That is what it means to be innovative, right? What you have originally set, you bring new methods to advance it and enhance it, right? So that is our focus and what we are all about, you know, our aspirations within everything that we try to accomplish, you know. So we give thanks again for tonight's program and the accommodation, and give thanks for all viewers and audience, all listening ears and caring hearts, you know. Blessed heart of love. Blessed.
To love.
Richard again up on the platform.
Yes, he is. It might be very. Yes, he is there.
Honorable priest, the floor is yours.
I give yes, give thanks, you know. Them side, yeah, you know, give thanks, you know, because International Congress, you know, give thanks even, you know, Prophet I just stuff, you know, and I this invitation upon this Babylon Christmas, Babylon Xmas, you know, cause them thing wrong, and I Christmas coming up 7th of January. So give thanks for this thing, you know, even being from in the UK in this late hours now, 2 a.m. in the morning. So, you know, me and I just start chiming in from the UK, you understand? So give thanks for another force from the UK being on the Elder Council with ICA. It's only I from the UK really frequent this Elder Council, you understand? So give thanks for even from these sides being here, you know, and give thanks that I just get that invite. We could have this platform and keep the fire burning, you know. Yes, it's up my rock, you know. So give thanks. Yeah, give thanks, Honorable Tech. This, you know, give thanks for your great things done, you know, from them time till now. Give thanks for all branches, limbs and fruits and all fruits ripen, and give thanks for all black roses in the garden, you know. So give thanks, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, great Goddess Empress Many Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, just bless up the Royal Council of Elders because it's an African tradition. Anyone fight against this, fight against Africa because it's something right across the board throughout Africa that is practiced. So this is a great practice to be invoked. And we must keep it going, you know. My Lord and Empress, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. All of the love to one another. Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Don't forget Priest Brown. Priest Brown.
My Lord,
Brown.
my Lord and Empress, blessed love. Give
Yes,
thanks,
Baba.
my Lord, as you hear me laugh, you know, soon enough for my sorrows and heal enough for my wounds. So I wouldn't even go in no further. You know, because I know them know what that means. So give thanks for the achievement and looking forward to greater progress. Well said, well done. Aluta continua. Holy Emmanuel I. Selassie I. Yeah. Rastafari.
That's right.
Mama amazing my family. Holy love. Family in the blood
My
and
Lord.
family in the Rastafari.
Enough love, please.
Holy
Enough love,
love
Lord.
and blessing. Give thanks.
Yes.
My Lord and Empress, I'm say, give thanks. As we say, the communion sweet And it has been very healing to I, man. You know?
My
Great.
Lord.
Heart of love.
And I priest nappy there. And I priest nap.
Oh, Priest Oswald and Priest Germain.
Royal priest them who have not spoken, the floor is yours, you know. Calling and priest nappy first if he's available.
Priest Oswald. Priest Germain.
Blessed my Lord and Empresses. Give thanks for all what was said today. You are hearing me?
Yes,
yes, sir.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. You are
Yes,
hearing me?
yes, loud and
Yeah,
clear.
give thanks for all what was said and done. And as we know, the man say, unity.
The connection messing up.
Honorable priest, can the hear right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing you, but for some reason I couldn't get forward and unmute, you know. But as we say, give thanks to all of the reasoning, you know. Give thanks to the platform we set, you know, and we just want the wider family know. Say, I love where I deal with, you know. We don't come here to fight against someone. We come here to see the work go through. We come here for the man can say to we, you know, my sons and daughter in whom I'm well pleased, you know. And that's all we are talking about. We don't come to look for no gratification, you know, per se. You know, we just know say we are people of integrity and works. And we never come to talk, but to actually do the works. You know what I mean? So once I want can see and glorify our Father in Zion. Because so we are going to show if you love God, you know. I love the Father in it by doing him works. Not just by calling him and a clap and a sing and a call him and a pray to him. No. Time say, move away, I know you not. You only speak with me to your mouth, but your heart was far from me, you know? Until you can start feed the poor. You know, as the man said, the creed blessing to us, the hungry be fed, naked, clothed, sick, nourished. He is protected and needs for and scared for. You know, that's our commandment, you know? So we give thanks, you know, for each and every one, and we just say, press along in Yahweh, you know, my Lord and Empress, glorify and give thanks.
Majesty.
And Majesty, my Lord.
Priest Lamont here.
Germain first. Let's go with Priest Germain, then Priest Lamont.
Hello, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks once more. Lord gave the word, and it was those of the company that published it. I Selassie.
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Give thanks once again for yet another, you know, wonderful program, informative, bringing forward, you know, the message for the Black Christ salvation. And we, you know, as elders, you know, we stand and pledge. Give thanks to him for the organization that I, you know, continue to be a part of, and to continue to uplift our banners, like I said, to wave them in the land. So let I just continue to, you know, do the works that we set out to do, and, you know, achieve in a collective manner, you know, as a goodie, let I move forward and continue to embrace, you know, the teachings that, you know, the man gave to us, you know. And I want to end by saying also that, you know, not to look out of ourselves as God and goddesses. Remember that great teaching that we are the gods and goddesses of the earth, you know. And when we're looking for a leader, we're supposed to look for that leader within ourselves first, you know. So that's what a body comes together and do, you know, just like how in the olden days when they used to show us transformers, you know, we come together and make that Megatron. So let I just continue to, you know, be that oneness. Most Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
And we do have a sister that is here, Empress, that has been on from the beginning. I think she is in South Africa. If you're still with us, Empress Zamakuba, you can unmute your mic. She has been here. No, it's kind of late on her side.
Blessed love, our family.
Blessed love, Empress.
Love, Royal Empress.
Blessed
Honor
love.
and this.
Yes.
Give thanks
Glorify
and
the
glorify.
Empress then.
Give thanks and glorify our family for life, health, and strength. And give thanks for everything said and done. Give thanks for for our angels of the Lord. And glorify and give thanks, for the works of the Most High God. Thanks for the mission of the King. And give thanks, for everything that is good, We continue to pray, for the house of the Lord to come together in one unity and love. His Majesty's glorify and give thanks still, as we continue to press along, in the path that Jah has called us to walk, May we continue to take courage, Yes, beloved family, give thanks and glorify, for the first love.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we know it's late on your side, and we glorify in the fact that you have been here from beginning to this moment. Love, love.
Glorify and give thanks, Honorable Empress. Heart of love, royal family.
Yes, sir.
Rastafari.
So, Priest Lamont. I guess him either in the rainbow or preoccupied. Well, I would just seal up.
I'm just trying to, all right, I'm just trying to unmute the mic for a while, but sometimes Sunday. Yes. So
yes,
go ahead, please.
What you want to leave in the minds of the listening audience tonight, my lord? What do I want to leave in their minds with that? Yes, sir.
Very simply, I want to say to the listening audience that in order for any group, any people to advance, there has to be unity. And as Baba Shanti, we truly need to, get the unity and the oneness of ourselves much tighter. And basically, the Council of Elders is certainly not aiming to take over anything. It's just aiming to get the family moving on the constitutional pathway in a developmental way. So just let us try and use reasoning, logics, and facts and truth and build ourselves forward. My Lord and Empress.
Glorify my Lord. And for my part, in sealing up, what I would love to leave in the minds of everyone that is listening is that the Council of Elders has been said, and I will reiterate, we are here to foster progress and development, to find the best path to our unity and to our forward movement. We have been marching on the spot for too long now, and as the voice of the voiceless and the disenfranchised, we need to make our voices heard and our presence felt. So a vital year is coming up. Let us get our act together that we can represent the people's concerns and the people's rights and justice that has been withheld. See? And we can make our lifelong quest a reality, that of returning home. Freedom, redemption, international reconciliation. The man said that is our only development here in the West. To make that manifold, it takes unity of purpose, unity based on love and respect, tolerance, patience, compassion. So I give thanks for all things that has been said and done from 5 Eastern Standard Time until this hour, which is after 9. We glorify everyone that has participated and viewers, listeners. We hope that we have brought information to you that you did not know before or was not clear on. And as Empress Queen Mother Miriam said, an open door is an open door. We don't close the door. We don't lock out nobody. We don't have the right to lock out anyone. Our Father laid the foundation and open wide the door and then bid everyone welcome. Saying, just come with a clean hands and a pure in heart. And we are all good. So give thanks to the house of priests, the house of royal empresses, to the E.A.B.I.C and all its membership, and to the Rastafari family, generally and globally. Peace and love.
My Lord, Rastafari. Yes, Honorable Empress Trisha, blessed love.
Blessed
We
love,
give thanks.
Honorable Rapid. Give thanks. It is all yours.
Well, it's all yours right now, and I guess we're moving up the line. And the eye is my co so moving up the line from lowland to highland.
Truly, truly, truly. And give thanks again. Give thanks for all listening ears. Give thanks to the Royal House of Priests, Empresses, and to our listening audience. Honorable Prophet, I do give thanks for the opportunity to be here with the I, co-hosting this most beautiful, informative program of the Council of Elders and who they are, their aims and objectives and goals. Majesty.
Rastafari. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Truly an honor, I must express. Yeah, man. Give thanks, for making this what it, turn out to be, something magnificent, and divine. And, we truly give thanks. So, the time spent, it's truly a blessing. And, I give thanks, for I don't know how to really express it, because this was something like a trial, a trial run, and it turned out, it turned out beautiful. I'm here for hours, you know what I mean, and them try to take it down many times, but the most I have when I'm on, and
Truly.
make sure so the thing got through. So I give thanks for all the priests that is here today, to express and to bring clarity, and to bring understanding to what the Elder Council is all about. So, give thanks, and I look forward to meeting the item in flesh very soon. So give thanks, and I'm looking forward to also hosting the item again on the platform.
Majesty bless.
My Lord. Listen.
Lord, Majesty.
We love everything that you do, all your interviews, and the fact that that you go to the continent and you do your best. You feed the youths, you interview members, you touch everything. So we do give thanks, for you being out there in the space and bringing clarity even to the E.A.B.I.C and all that we can do.
Yes, sir. It's an honor, pleasure. Give thanks. Give thanks. Everyone have to hold them office, so give thanks I can, and I'm able to hold my office,
Truly,
and yeah,
truly.
it's an honor and a pleasure. Really an honor for do this for, not just for myself, but and not just for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, but for the wider Black African community and the rest of the world at large. We give thanks.
Give thanks. Majesty bless. Blessed love, my Lord, and empresses. Do have a restful evening.
Bless.
And where would we meet, Priest Ansley? At the watering hole.
Black love, black love. Majesty bless, Rastafari.
Thanks, Priest Ainsley, Priest Lamont, Priest Rasavana, my father, Priest Knuckles, Priest Nappy, Honorable Priest Seven, Empress Miriam, love, Priest Brown, Empress Amakuba, and Jacob. We have one person here, Jacob something. I don't know the name. That is, and Priest Germain, give thanks for the eye coming in and always being, that person that asks the hard questions. Give thanks again, our Honorable Prophet I just love. Whole of the love.
Heart of love.
Blessed love. Blessed love.
Blessed love.
It's been a wonderful moment. Give thanks.
Yourself in prayer.
Yes, Honorable Priest Brown. More love and strength.
Priest Knuckles?
Yes, sir.
How about Priest Brown?
Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Yes, Majesty, my Lord.
Yes, I wanted to say something before we seal up.
Yeah, man, we say we're sealing already, my Lord. We just give thanks for the expression of love that we share, One God in us all, and we glorify. And the more we go in ourselves to this internal God, is the closer we become. For it's just one in us all. Well, Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, yeah? Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
My Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes. Yes, to the wider world at large, YouTube, manners and respect. Give thanks to the item taking the time. It's been a marathon, I must say. It's been a marathon with the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. It's always great to have the family and the platform. It's always great to share. And whenever time they are requested, they always make themselves present. And I give thanks that they were able to take the time out today and to share with us at large. So manners and respect, honorable family, for them taking the time, for be here with us. It's not everyone going to take time out of them Christmas day and come listen to Rasta them attack, Rasta something. So we give thanks that they them show that respect and honor, to I and I and the them listening ears. And we pray that whatever I said today don't fall and deaf ears. And we pray that it would be like a seed that would fall onto fertile soil and germinate and to sprout and to take deep root within whatever we are doing and to start grow and bear fruit. So one can eat from the fruits that we're producing, because them says by the fruits you're gonna know them. So I pray that the elder council will bear fruits and many fruits, that we can help ourselves out of our situation. You know what I mean? Because we know say when it not good, we have to make it good. So, you know, make it black and beautiful, and we just keep the fire blazing the same way. Royal family. So give thanks. It's been a great night. No? I truly full joy the night. So
Give thanks,
honor
man. And
and
respect.
majesty, my Lord and Empress, Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie,
Selassie, yeah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Rastafari,
My
my
Lord.
Lord and
Good
Empress.
love, good love, family.
Love.